Good morning. My name is Gustavo Alegrete. I'm a journalist. I work for the international news channel NTN24, and I would like to welcome everyone to the second day of the 24th Annual CAF Conference organized by the Inter-American Dialogue, CAF Development Bank of Latin America, and the Organization of American States. We are coming to you live from the conference headquarters here in Washington, D.C. Before getting started, I want to remind everyone to explore the platform that has been built exclusively for this conference. If you registered for the event, you should have received your platform login and password via email. On the platform, you can find the agenda, read about our speakers, and engage via Twitter with other conference participants using our hashtag, DiálogoCAF2020. But most importantly, you can network and chat with your fellow attendees, as well as submit questions for all of our panels. We also want to thank our media partners, El País, América Economía, and the international news channel NTN24, and welcome everyone who has joined through their platforms. We are now going to jump right into our first session of the day, Successes and Failures, Hemispheric Health Systems Severely Tested. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Julio Frenk, former Minister of Health of Mexico and President of the University of Miami. He was the founding Director General of the National Institute of Public Health in Mexico and has held top positions at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the World Health Organization, including Executive Director in charge of Evidence and Information of Policy, among others. He is also the former Dean of the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Without further ado, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Frank. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. I want to start by thanking Michael Shifter, President of the Inter-American Dialogue, and Luis Carranza, President of CAF, for the invitation to serve as our moderator for this panel discussion on the successes and failures of hemispheric health systems in addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. Today's session is available in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. I will begin by introducing our distinguished panelists, whose insight and experience will shed light on how health systems are grappling with this truly unprecedented challenge posed by the pandemic. Each of the panelists will answer a question specific to their areas of expertise. We will then engage in a little bit of a group discussion, and then we will reserve the final portion of our time together for questions and comments from the audience. Before we begin, I want to share just a very few words about where we find ourselves. As I'm sure all of you are abundantly aware, Latin America has become a global hotspot for COVID-19, with more than 5 million confirmed cases. And with only 8% of the world's population, the region has 43% of the average daily deaths worldwide. In fact, the two largest Latin American economies, Brazil and Mexico, are among the 4 countries with the highest number of deaths in the world, the other two being the United States and India. Now, health systems in the region are facing, with this unprecedented challenge, are facing layers of accumulated deficiencies, including shortages of medicines and staff, including problems with access to health services. On top of that, due to severely reduced income, interruptions in public transportation, and just sheer fear of the pandemic, many people in the region are reluctant to seek care. And of course, at the same time, beyond the suffering caused by the pandemic itself, very long-standing disparities based on poverty, ethnicity, and sex and gender persist and have a significant impact on the outcomes of the pandemic. So some of those inequalities are being exacerbated, are both thriving and being exacerbated by the pandemic. Professional and unpaid caregivers are at a particular risk, with poor women suffering the most as they struggle to earn an income while caring for children, the elderly, and the sick. The complexity of challenges in the region makes one thing certain. Now is the time to shore up, not divest of, anti-poverty, and universal healthcare programs in the Americas. And to discuss this and other issues, we really have a stellar panel, a number of experts with an incredible collective wisdom and level of experience that it is truly my honor and privilege to introduce all of them. First of all, I'd like to introduce Dr. Luciana Borio, Vice President at InQtel and former Director of Medical and Biodefense Preparedness at the U.S. National Security Council. A licensed physician, originally born in Brazil, Dr. Borio is an expert in biodefense issues, infectious diseases, and complex public health emergencies. Prior to her role at the National Security Council in the U.S., she served as acting chief scientist of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration and assistant commissioner for counterterrorism policy at the FDA. We also have Dr. Carissa Etienne. Very nice to see you, Carissa. She is the director of the Pan American Health Organization, which is, in addition to being the health agency of the Inter-American System, is the regional office for the Americas of the World Health Organization. Dr. Etienne is now on her second term at PAHO, her second 5-year term. She previously served as Assistant Director General for Health Systems and Services at the World Health Organization. We also have Dr. Natalia Kanem, Executive Director for the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, and UN Under Secretary General. Dr. Kanem joined the UN as UNFPA representative in Tanzania, and then served as serving as Deputy Executive Director and now as Executive Director. Previously, she was the founding president of ELMA Philanthropies, Inc., Senior Associate of the Lloyd Best Institute of the West Indies, and she was Deputy Vice President of the Ford Foundation for Peace and Social Justice Programs. We also are honored to have Dr. Daisy Ventura, Professor in Global Health Ethics and Director of the PhD Global Health Program at Universidad de Sao Paulo. Her current research topics center on human rights during international health emergencies, including the protection of migrants and refugees, and the role played by the World Health Organization during international health crises, among other critical studies on global health. Unfortunately, we originally had Dr. Carla Bisotti, Secretary of Access to Health in the Ministry of Health in Argentina. She was scheduled to round out our panel, but she's been called away to an important meeting actually related to the pandemic and will be unable to join us today. And most of it, than anything, I am truly honored by having a panel of only women. As someone who grew up with 5 sisters, this is simply a reminiscence for me of what's been most of my home conversations for most of my life. And I'm delighted to see this very distinguished group of experts participating in our meeting today. Let me move to our panel discussion. And I'd like to address the first question to Dr. Borio. Dr. Borio, as an expert in biodefense issues, infectious diseases, and complex public health emergencies, what do you see as the nexus between COVID-19 and national security?
Sure, and thank you. And thank you so much for having me today, Dr. Frank. It's really a pleasure to be here with you and these wonderful women. So, this issue of COVID-19 and national security, it's very clear to me that naturally occurring threats pose a national security threat as we define it. As a matter of fact, when I was still working at the National Security Council staff, we issued the National Biodefense Strategy for the United States. That was in September of 2018. And the strategy specifically talks about biological threats having an origin, whether they are naturally occurring, accidental, from the lab accident, or from a deliberate threat. They all pose a national security threat. So the strategy itself is agnostic to the origin of the threat. And it clearly talks about how the United States needs to prepare to manage risks, again, posed by natural outbreaks of disease, high consequence pathogens that leave a lab accidentally, or adversaries who wish to do harm to the United States with biological agents. I think to a lot of us in public health and medicine, it's been a frustrating path that despite these very top level strategy documents and articulation of priorities, that the programs themselves have been very slow to move, whether in the administration or in Congress. Over the years, spanning multiple administrations, there's been a bias towards funding deliberate biological threat programs. And I think it's pretty obvious today that, it really is folly to think that we can have a robust biodefense enterprise directed at deliberate biological agents without really supporting the foundation of medicine and public health. And by the foundation, I mean active, good surveillance systems, diagnostic testing, access to care, public health measures. It doesn't do us much good to invest in another countermeasure against anthrax if we don't have the foundation of this house in order. And we need to find a way also to make sure that whatever capabilities exist, that they can be well integrated. Lastly, I'll say that if you think that the best deterrents to biological threats are exemplified about how we respond to them, I think that this latest episode in our history, very unfortunate, really leaves us more vulnerable because it really shows how we have been unable to mount a response that we have projected over the years we will be able to. So, and I think, and attribute that to the really a failure of integrating the capabilities that exist, and a failure to support the foundational structures that are required for any response of this magnitude.
Thank you very much, Dr. Borio. The next question is for Dr. Etienne. Being now in your second term as director of PAHO, can you talk a little bit about why regional cooperation is important in dealing with the pandemic, please?
Thank you, Julio, and good to see you. And let me thank the organizers for inviting PAHO to participate. As you well said, Julio, this is the most affected region in the world. And I think all of us are grappling with the realities of having to respond to this pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic is really reaching every corner of the Americas and affecting lives and livelihoods of all people, but particularly the vulnerable population. And it is disproportionately impacting the health and well-being of the elderly, the poor, indigenous, Afro-descendant population, migrants, and people living with underlying conditions. COVID-19 has challenged our health systems, the likes that we have never seen before, resulting in deaths of more than 2,500 healthcare workers, based on information that we collected from 19 countries in the regions of the Americas. It has also devastated economies, with a forecast from ECLAC of a 9% reduction in GDP, with 45 million more people who will fall before the poverty and below the poverty line. So from the very outset, I have posited that the pandemic is generating a triple crisis in the region: a health crisis, a social crisis, and an economic crisis. And in the joint work that we did with ECLAC, it is clear that we will not be able to restart the economy if we do not address the health crisis. So this pandemic is global, it's regional, it is national, and it is local. And because of the nature of the pandemic, it is clear that no municipality, no state within a country, no country itself can go it alone. So action is required at all levels, at the community to the national level, from the regional to the global level, in combating the triple crisis. And so we believe that it's only through a concerted and collective action that we will address COVID-19, we will be able to suppress its transmission and recover the path for sustainable development. And so PAHO has from the outset highlighted the need to promote solidarity and collective action, and to build on what is a long history of solidarity in this region. This region, through solidarity, has been able to eliminate vaccine-preventable diseases, many of them, to address neglected and communicable diseases, and has built regional mechanisms like the 40-year-old revolving fund for vaccines and the 20-year-old strategic fund for medicines and strategic supplies. So what does solidarity or regional cooperation mean in the region? I think importantly, building consensus with all actors, with very strong leadership at the national level to control the spread, to protect our vulnerable population, and to reactivate our economies. It means promoting the joint work between countries to share information and resources and to track the evolution of the pandemic across the region. And so it is for this reason that I have convened monthly dialogues between ministers of health from the region, and we've met heads of state and called meetings with the various regional integration mechanisms like CARICOM and Mercosur, COMESCA and PROSURE, so they can begin to exchange their information, their experiences, and their interventions. But it also means working with countries of the region to jointly ensure access to a vaccine when this becomes available. We are astutely aware of the need to build regional partnerships across sectors, to seek synergies between all the regional stakeholders to tackle the pandemic. And so we've been working very closely with many of the indigenous institutions, with our friend Alicia Bassana at the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, to produce very sound recommendations and guidance for our countries on controlling the spread of COVID-19 while promoting social protection for people and reactivating economies. For instance, I'm in regular contact with Luis Alberto Moreno, the president of the Inter-American Bank, as we coordinate our efforts to boost the fiscal capacity in countries to finance the national response plan and to support access to COVID-19 supplies and medicines, and hopefully eventually vaccines when that becomes available through the PAHO revolving fund. We are having similar work with the European Union, with the IOM on health of migrants, with UNICEF on vaccines, and we are working with the World Bank and the World Economic Forum on searching the national capacity, with private sector and civil society groups playing a critical role and exploring what is this role that we can play. So the support that we've received for the regional work has been unprecedented, and there are many partners who've involved, and I really want to thank them for supporting us. And so it is really the Pan-American organization. That's who we are. And at the very basis of who we are is solidarity, a word that is so very much used in the region of the Americas. We have a role of bringing all of the actors to the table in health, and within the context of this pandemic, it is more than ever necessary, this regional cooperation and collaboration. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much, Teresa. You're like many other global health leaders we have for decades been talking about the determining factor that health conditions have on the economy. And if we ever needed some proof of that statement, this pandemic has just shown how you cannot separate health concerns. So it's great to see how you're managing all those connections in an effective way across the hemisphere. So thank you very much for your work and for your sharing your experience here. Let me now turn to Dr. Kanem. Natalia, you have worked with various organizations focused on social justice. What are, in your view, the most pressing social justice issues that the pandemic has laid bare? I think you need to unmute your phone. Can we unmute Natalia's phone? I mean microphone. You have to unmute.
Okay, am I on now?
Yes, you are now. Thank you.
Gracias, Julio. Disculpa. Thank you for leading the panel, but also for your great leadership over the years up until today. And I think it's a fantastic panel. I'm delighted to be back with my sister, Carissa Etienne. Gratitude to PAHO for everything that you're doing to save lives at this time. And this is a great question about the social justice issues. It comes down to understanding that the pandemic is only exposing and revealing the deep inequality, which was lying dormant, the iceberg that was there all along. And now, actually, the people who were already vulnerable are the hardest hit due to the pandemic. As always, it's been the poorest and the most vulnerable communities, those who were already most marginalized. It's been women and adolescent girls, Indigenous people, and people of African descent, and older persons. So when we think about domestic violence skyrocketing during this period of COVID, that's an epidemic within the pandemic. And what a shame for our region of Latin America that femicide, is one of the things that we lead on. This is a disgrace to women's rights. Now, with the movement restrictions and all the barriers going up, we find that women and girls are trapped at home, some of them in abusive situations, now compounded by the stress of everything that others already put on the table as the economy and the stress levels go up. We've been seeing at UNFPA that sexual and reproductive health services are attempting to be sidelined at a time when they really need to be lifted up. The health system, which is already struggling, now coping with the pandemic, is forgetting that women and girls are especially vulnerable. Children are at home, girls can be vulnerable to exploitation just because their access, and there's a limit now, they're not going to school. So no one is there to tell what is going on. I believe that it's a little facile for us to think that everyone is connected to the internet. And a lot of what we're doing is predicated on being online. So ultimately, I think we see disadvantage being compounded by this lockdown environment. The social, the economic, and the health crisis is definitely there. And I would add to what Carissa put on the table to say, if we're thinking of building back better and greener, there's a gender dimension to that. Certainly there's an age dimension when older people have been isolated and unable to access some of the treatments, some of the groceries and the food that they need, very basic issues around gender and age. And now, coincident with COVID, we see the race dimension. If you're Indigenous or of African descent, it has been a nightmare to see how the pandemic has intersected with all of these other issues that are now so obvious. And I'm speaking of what we can see because we have data and have been able to document. So let's think about the fact that some of these issues are masked by the lack of data that we face. And as our region is now the epicenter for COVID, and seeing all of these deaths globally, and the suffering and the disproportionate ability to be able to deal with it, the heavy impact of COVID on Indígena communities and Afrodescendiente communities is rooted in these structural barriers where their health was already behind. And now we see systemic racism, and we need to look at that and call it that. We see discriminatory public policy and marginalization all coming to the fore. And I just would like to make the point that women worldwide, and Latin America no different, we are 70% of that health workforce. So scrambling to do the logistics and get the PPEs to the midwives that UNFPA, PAHO, all of us are working with, has been a bit of a challenge. I'm also extremely concerned about the humanitarian gap, Venezuela right now, and the migrants who are rushing to go back again because of discrimination. That is something that we need to deal with. And lastly, now I'll put on my UNFPA hat. If a woman does not wish to become pregnant during this pandemic, right? If a girl is menstruating during this pandemic, these are issues that are human dignity issues. Having control over your body, being protected from violence and harm, not being pregnant if you do not wish to become pregnant. All of this has led us to do a quick analysis, and we're showing that pregnancies in the region among teenagers, where, as you know, we lead the world, teenage pregnancy overall could increase by another 20% due to the COVID pandemic. This, I'm talking about 500,000 births over the course of a year. So absolutely, Julio, I think the question about the foundations of social justice and going back to the origins of our solidarity is going to be very important as we address the pandemic. Thanks.
Thank you. Those are really relevant and profound issues. And hopefully the pandemic serves us to focus them. As we see, even obviously in the United States, which is very much part of this hemisphere, we see those issues being accelerated as the disparities have been magnified by the public health crisis. Thank you very much for those comments. Let me turn now to Dr. Ventura and seek her perspective. Dr. Ventura, your question covers human rights during international health emergencies. So I want to ask you, what are the biggest ethical issues COVID-19 has raised for decision makers in government and the private sector?
Bom dia, é uma honra para mim participar desse.
Good morning. It's a true pleasure for me to take part in this event, working with extraordinary women and with a very renowned moderator. I thank CAF and I thank the other organizers for this event and also for allowing me to speak in Portuguese. I think that the first big challenge, ethical challenge that we need to tackle is at the end of the COVID-19 emergency, public health should not go back to being something that sidelined, neglected our countries, most of the by governments and the private sector in our countries, because COVID-19 has made public health a public policy and budgetary priority in our countries. Now, there has to be a balance within governments, and health authorities now have been moved up to the front lines of public policy. All of the information on health and health specialists now have been brought to the fore, and the role is highlighted, but that should not be forgotten once this crisis passes. Public health can't just be what's left between one emergency and another. Many governments and many companies have discovered the worst way possible in full swing of the crisis that health is determined by social factors, and that health itself is a decisive factor that determines the social and economic lives of a country. Likewise, I think that the second largest ethical challenge of the pandemic is social protection. Dr. Caris, Dr. Kennan, and others have already underscored this. When the state adopts restrictive measures that restrict citizens' rights, these need to be accompanied by social protective measures, especially economic measures to protect the most vulnerable. You can't just invest in surveillance. You have to ensure that a basic income or minimum income policy be instituted that is done in such a way that health providers are respected by the populace, especially the most needy and the vulnerable, especially when non-essential economic activities are suspended by law. Now, it's disgraceful that in our countries, people have been forced to choose between going hungry or exposing themselves to the risk of contracting COVID-19. But this is not only an ethical matter, it has to do with being efficient and effective in your response, because there is no real response mechanism for this emergency that will be capable of overcoming huge economic and social deficiencies and gaps that exist in our countries. There are many ethical challenges, but I'm just going to focus on one more, which is democracy and protecting democracy. Authoritarianism and populism are serious threats to the health of the populations of our region. Public health matters cannot become an excuse for backsliding in individual rights, nor should this health crisis be used in the electoral conflict, because we're talking about the lives of millions of people that are jeopardized because of ideological polarization. Institutions and societies need to set limits in how they react. We have to severely punish the spread of fake news, no matter who generates this fake news. And health authorities need to be allowed to work in peace. We have to protect the press and human rights defenders and ensure that trustworthy information on health actually reaches the population. Thank you very much.
Obrigado. Thank you very much. Those are, again, excellent points. And you touch also on something that Dr. Boria mentioned, this interlude where we lose the capabilities on, or in this case, the public attention to public health. I'm also glad that you mentioned this is really the fourth crisis in addition to the public health, the economic and the social. There is a political crisis. And I will, as many have noted, there is an association. I'm not saying it's a cause and effect relationship, but it does happen to be the case that the countries of the world, not just the region, that have had the worst performance in terms of dealing with the public health emergency, with the pandemic itself, happen to be populist governments. And the way in which some countries are using the emergency to advance that kind of agenda, whether it is to blame outside elements and reinforce a hyper-nationalistic isolationist discourse, or whether it is to justify a rise in authoritarian rule. These are all fundamental consequences, and I'm glad you brought them to the fore. There is also a political dimension here. So thank you to the four of you for this very insightful initial reflections. So I'd like in the second block to look a little bit more about what has been the experience so far, what have been the national and regional responses to the pandemic. So I'd like to start with, we have two panelists who are very much present at the national level, although obviously very connected globally, Dr. Boria and Dr. Ventura. And I'd like to ask them first about, in the case of Dr. Boria, the situation here in the US, and then I'll turn to Dr. Ventura about Brazil. And then, of course, we have two very distinguished members of the UN system and the Inter-American system. And I'd like to then address some of the regional and global responses. But let's start with the well, actually the two largest economies in the hemisphere. And as I said before, along with Mexico, three of the top countries in terms of the number of deaths globally. So, Dr. Boria, how do you see the situation in the United States?
Sure. So, I think it's important to appreciate the things that seem to have worked. And sadly, I think that we have more things that didn't work, and I'll touch base on those. But I'd like to take a moment to just acknowledge that, one, we are living in a moment of tremendous polarization and division. And normally when faced with a crisis like this, the population will unite against a common threat. And this hasn't happened, which is really extraordinary and sad. But putting that aside for a moment, the parts of the society that responded well did so very well. We had tremendous cooperation of very large segments of the public with social distancing, with mask wearing. And I was very encouraged to see the private sector also jump very quickly, to the extent that they could, to facilitate the teleworking. We had technology, of course, to underpin that, but they didn't hesitate to encourage and the teleworking and the social distancing. Of course, does not apply to every occupation and segment of society. We saw, the flip side, that there were many that that were not protected, and we see workers in congregate settings and living in very precarious socioeconomic conditions, an inability to afford the same types of benefits that large segments of the population were able to avail themselves of. But it worked. The other thing that is remarkable, and again, it's not perfect, and they still have a lot of way to go, and we don't know if it will succeed yet, but Operation Warp Speed, which is the program that the US organized to be able to expedite development of vaccines, taking a very broad portfolio management, leveraging several technologies, and organizing in a way that could truly move things very quickly through clinical development and manufacturing. And it's remarkable to see how the US government, when it wants to organize a certain way, can really move, mountains. And that is the vaccine development is proceeding at a very rapid pace and adhering to very strong scientific standards. That they're doing their randomized controlled clinical trials, 30,000 individuals for each vaccine. And I think it's important to celebrate that. Of course, it's not going to count for anything if we don't get the population trust, if we don't have a pharmacovigilance system in place, if we don't get the distribution, the physical distribution, done well, if we don't find a way to share regionally and globally, because we know that nobody's going to be safe until everybody's safe. So there's a lot more work to be done, but I just think it's remarkable that we were able to organize this way. And also, I have to say that it wouldn't be possible without the scientific investments in novel technology that has occurred over the last several years, including by smaller programs within the Department of Defense, the mRNA technologies for vaccine. All these, they don't materialize overnight. They require sustained investment. In terms of challenges that we have, look, we still have a system where we have difficulty integrating different components that are required for a 21st century society and threat. We still have local public health working in isolation with very little support from other technologies and sectors. So the integration of different communities and disciplines and knowledge has been a real challenge for a country like ours. The other thing is that we have an aging infrastructure for public health and clinical trials, for example. We're doing clinical trials that are, vital. We have electronic health records, we have very large healthcare systems, and we're basically repurposing clinical trial systems that were established decades ago to study HIV, to study influenza. In the UK, in contrast, they're actually leveraging the healthcare system and technology to be able to do simple, pragmatic clinical trials that can really rapidly give us the answers we need for which products might work or hurt. So again, we are repurposing things, but I don't think that we should be in this stage in the 21st century. And we have also failed to incorporate technology into public health the way we need to. A great example is contact tracing, where it's the bread and butter of public health. And it's been, there's no way to do that at the scale or speed that is required, even though we can use it as a talking point, but we can effectuate that technology. And the analogy I like to use that is like Uber. Uber, everybody knows Uber, and Uber was able to become this giant, company because they're able to effectively integrate technology into something that has been in existence for many years, which is, a regular cab ride. And we have to do the same thing for our public health systems to be able to be more effective. And lastly, I think that there's a moral issue with that. It's a significant shortcoming, which is the fact that we have failed, and there's no other way to say that, I can't sugarcoat it, to really protect the most vulnerable of our population, whether it's the elderly, whether it's workers in meatpacking industries, where and including in healthcare workers. It's really been sad to see pictures of healthcare workers using, trash bags as PPE. And how did this, how can we allow this to happen? And but we need to come to terms with that and address it. And as Natalia mentioned, this is not something that occurred because of the pandemic. It's been there for a while, but we just never really found a successful way to address something that is now abundantly evident in our day-to-day as we respond to this pandemic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. How about Brazil, Dr. Ventura?
Como disse a doutora Luciana no início da sua fala,
As Dr. Luciana was saying at the beginning, we also have had much political polarization, and I believe that that is also the case of Argentina. It's a real pity that Dr. Carla Bisoldi isn't here with us from Argentina, because whether in the US or Brazil, the success of Argentina's response was to overcome the political polarization, unlike what we did. And they built a political consensus in the response to the pandemic, and that goes a long way toward explaining Argentina's success. But I'm going to speak about Brazil. Brazil was considered a developing country, one of the developing countries with the best capacity to respond to the pandemic. And this was something that was actually recognized by health, safety, and security rankings throughout the world. Despite that, Brazil's response has been one of the most disastrous in the world. According to official data, up until yesterday, we had more than 4 million confirmed cases and more than 128,000 deaths. What happened to us? This is a hard question to answer in a short time, but I'm going to focus on the highlights. What I think the most important aspects are. Our single healthcare system is our strongest system. This is a complex, articulated system that brings together cities, states, and the federal government. Ours is a federal government, and that ensures guaranteed access to healthcare services to the vast majority of the population. Now, it has existed for 3 decades now and covers the full territory of Brazil, which is a huge country. We have some of the highest level health services, and we have programs that are international references. How we responded to HIV/AIDS, for example, different immunization programs, which have been held up as success stories worldwide. Now, that was a structural advantage that we have, comparatively speaking, but there were ideological, political, and passing elements that undermined that advantage. But without a doubt, if it weren't for this U.S. Single healthcare system, our response would have been much worse than it already was. Now, regarding the biggest mistakes we've made, the first were those naysayers, scientific naysayers, and the insistence of the populace to expose themselves, even at the top levels of politicians that didn't protect themselves. 4 different health ministers were forced to step down from the health ministry. The second largest mistake, I think, in my view, was that the federal government promoted the systematic obstruction of a local response mechanism that could have been effective. It declared war against state governors. It didn't pass on necessary funds to local health services that were needed, and also vetoed laws that would have been decisive in providing a proper response, among many other things. Third, Brazil decided not to play a leading role in the international scene and became subservient to certain foreign leaders. That void of leadership undermines international cooperation and regional cooperation that could also have been decisive for Brazil to respond better. But I would be remiss if I didn't speak about the good response within the press, within our healthcare system, within the research institutes and the academic sector. We are continuing to fight.
Let's turn out now to the regional and global perspective. So I'd like to ask Dr. Etienne and Dr. Cannon, with respect to this dimension, to the regional and global responses to the pandemic, what are some of the takeaways that multilateral organizations should consider for the next pandemic or for the next wave of the COVID-19? And what is the most important thing that governments and citizens should be doing right now? What is the most important thing they could be doing? Let me start with Dr. Etienne, and then we'll move to Dr. Cannon.
Thank you for this question. And certainly, I believe that governments must continue to prioritize, and they need to lead. And I think this actually aligns very, very well with the last response. Governments must lead the response, and they must strengthen intersectoral action in health to address this pandemic. But they also need to begin thinking about pandemic preparedness in the future. So let me say a few things that I think governments should be doing. Governments need to strengthen their health surveillance and the capacity of health systems to respond, and to work and communicate effectively with their citizens and all stakeholders on the implementation and relaxation of public health measures so that we can reduce the transmission and maintain health gains. This means working with social affairs and the economy, as we've said before, to develop social protection policies, and that was mentioned, that are not directly linked with employment status, and that will protect the health and well-being of people and their families during pandemics, but also during economic downturns. This means working with the science and technology to ensure the minimum industrial capacity that will respond to the needs, the medical needs of this region, whether it is for PPEs, diagnostics, medicines, and health equipment. This region should be at the forefront of production. This means working with the telecommunications sector to create and expand the necessary telecommunications infrastructure that is so necessary for the digital transformation that must happen in health. It means working with labor and education to produce healthcare workers that we need for the healthcare systems of the 21st century, for resilient, inclusive, and integrated health systems. Most of all, I think it means that working with the economy, governments must ensure that the necessary paradigm shifts are made to address inequality that is so much a characteristic of our region, to eradicate poverty, and to ensure social inclusion. Health must be adequately financed with public resources. Health is a right. To ensure universal access to health and universal health coverage, to ensure equity and pandemic preparedness in the future. It is clear, and it has been shown, that the pandemics are exacerbated by segmented, fragmented, and underfinanced health systems. All of these are so common in the Americas. So it is time for us to assign the necessary level of investments to health systems that will ensure the provision of comprehensive and integrated care based on a strong primary healthcare system with the necessary resolution capacity at the first level of care. I just want to posit that a health system that cannot respond to the needs of their population in normal times will never have the capacity to surge capacity in times of a pandemic. In the Americas, public expenditure in health remains low, an average of 3.7%, when what member states have and what PAHO is recommended is 6% of your GDP. So as a consequence, the out-of-pocket expenditure is really high, resulting in catastrophic expenditures in health for more than 95 million people in this region. So I believe that there are also some important takeaways for multilateral organization. First and foremost, we need a strong, respected, and well-financed World Health Organization that has the capacity and tools, the financing for pandemic preparedness and response, for overseeing the implementation of the international health regulations, and intensifying the support for the development of resilient health systems. As we have done in the Americas, I believe that cooperation between multilateral organizations is and will remain critical in health and development, in health security, and pandemic preparedness. The depth and breadth of capacity within the multilateral system can be synergized through closer collaboration. And I need to say we are beginning to see this solidarity among the UN systems as they collaborate for COVID-19 and its response. I think, though, that this will be particularly important in the post-COVID era, when countries will need to recover the lost gains from COVID-19 and to transform their health, social, and economic sectors in a manner that will ensure that they are better prepared for such a global event, while at the same time responding better to the needs of people to produce more resilient and equitable societies in the future. We must build back better. We cannot remain where we were prior COVID-19. Post-COVID-19 is an opportunity that we must begin to work on now, and we must embrace this opportunity.
Yes.
Over.
I couldn't agree more. I hope the extent of economic damage has made policymakers realize that with a minute, infinitesimal fraction of what's been lost in the financial markets or in national economies, we ought to be able to fund a permanent system of public global health preparedness at a level that would prevent future catastrophes like this one. So let's hope that those lessons, and we just don't just go to a new, but to a better normal after the pandemic. Natalia, you had the last intervention before we open it for Q&A.
Gracias, Julio. Let me just say that it was really important for CAF to bring us together this week. This is the 24th session, I'm told. And in 24 years, let's admit that we've seen cycles of success and failure. But I think what's really important is the learning opportunity and the ability to get in there and learn and do. So the question of how we address this is very, very germane. Building back better and greener is what the multilateral system is holding up as our vision, that you learn from this and you come out of the crisis hopefully stronger and better and greener. And that's the S in the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm heartened working as UNFPA does with young people to see that they actually believe in a multilateral world, in the type of solidarity that the other panelists have spoken so eloquently to, and the morality and the ethics that's been put right front and center. So I would say that we expect governments, we expect civil society, we expect a multilateral system that is willing to rush to where the problem is greatest. Let me just tell you, recently we met a young woman on the Colombia border of Venezuela. She came to an adolescent clinic where UNFPA works to protect against teen pregnancy. And listening to her tell the story of being having to flee her home, having walked to this clinic, et cetera, et cetera. And now she really does not want to face pregnancy and everything that goes along with societal judgment and her vulnerability, because she has to survive in a world where she's not going to have a regular job in the next foreseeable future. So in speaking with her, you really see the kind of acute pressure that women and girls are facing. It's up to us all to knit together that social fabric that's going to protect her from harm, that's going to safeguard her. Just in Venezuela alone, a lot of the issues that the multilateral system can uniquely address. The health system, as Carissa has put on the table, but also migration. What are we going to do in a humanitarian context that's exploding? And I think the sort of facile understanding that, okay, you're from a big economy, you're Brazil, you're, a well-off Caribbean country. Now that Sustainable Development Goal number 10 on inequality is staring us in the face. So the middle-income country can't afford to shrug off COVID any more than, the poorest among us, Haiti, et cetera. So I believe that this character of success and failure that our panel is couching today is also well suited for us because we come from a region where innovation is part of our character. So we've got to call on some of that creativity in order to address some of these issues. And first of all, we can't close the gaps if we can't see them. This was supposed to be a big census year, 2020. As the head of the United Nations Population Fund, we've had to hold hands with governments to say, we don't give up on counting people. That's how we know who is where and what the needs are. So even with the delays, we're pressing ahead on the issue of census because good data is what makes vulnerable people visible. And we have to know where they are to count them. UNFPA has provided an online dashboard. It's a website where you can go and see with COVID-19 mapping who is vulnerable by age, by disability, et cetera. And we're trying to break this down even to the district level to help that district governor or commissioner to be able to see where the people are that are in need. Second, in order to help somebody like Lourdes, this girl I was talking about on the border in the clinic in Venezuela, we have to ask her. We have to consult with her community. We need to know what her mother thinks and her grandmother, et cetera. So what are the mechanisms to engage women's organizations and youth networks? And I think we really have to get serious about the co-creation of these solutions. You know, as an epidemiologist myself, and Julio, I mean, you've been at this for quite a while. We kind of think we know what the prescription is. It seems very obvious, but if it doesn't take root in local communities, if Lourdes doesn't believe that she has human rights that she can claim, then again, you know, I really don't want to be spinning wheels 24 years hence when CAF convenes the next generation. And good luck to those young people, because they're ready to engage. We've seen them on the streets demanding social justice and a solidarity now across race and class and all of these other things. So I think, you know, it really goes double in a time of humanitarian crisis. And the last thing I would like to say is that the centrality of the health system means that it's an all hands on deck moment. And I think, you know, we've already heard about how the vaccine programming and the imagination that it's going to take, not just the scientists at the bench, but those of us who have to figure out how are we going to bring it into the neighborhoods? How are we going to deal with the politicization of health? You know, the suspicion and fear around vaccines is going to be terrible for vulnerable people in our communities. So ultimately, I think countries have signed on to these agreements. We need to hold them accountable. This roadmap that we envision to build back better and greener has to have that justice and inclusivity and more equity as the aspiration. For me, I would say that we're not giving up. We're in there. We're in there with a lot of you fighting the idea that you shrug it off and it's business as usual. No, I think women's lives are important. You know, I care about this adolescent girl. I think we all know that we should not negotiate away people's rights and well-being. And so I think the time is now to imagine that future that's going to make this region stronger and that's going to deliver on the promises that we heard in Cairo, we heard in Beijing. And I think, you know, it's been a shining moment for WHO to show that, you know, we really should look together at how we coordinate, how we deliver, and how we plan. Thanks, Julio.
Thank you. It certainly poses an agenda for the next 75 years of the UN, of the United Nations system. We have just a few moments before the end of our session, but I'd like to turn now to the Q&A portion and see if there are questions from the audience.
So, Julio, thank you everyone for that fascinating discussion. It is clear that the Latin American and the Caribbean region is facing a challenge, and it is clear from the panelists how important is having strong public health systems in order to deal with these health challenges. I will now turn to the audience, as you said, for their questions. I think we have only time for one, maybe two, But before that, please remember that you can submit questions directly to our platform by going to the Q&A page. Once there, you can also vote for the most interesting questions. Please include your name when you submitted a question. The first question, Julio, comes from Enrique Cornejo from Peru. He said, we are facing a perfect storm, a health crisis, economic crisis, social unrest, and in many countries of the region, elections in the coming weeks or months. How do we have to deal with all these challenges at the same time? How do we choose what is urgent and critical and what is not, with fiscal responsibility and at the same time looking at the future? Enrique Cornejo de Perú dice, enfrentamos una tormenta perfecta, crisis sanitaria, económica, malestar social y en muchos países elecciones a la vista. ¿Cómo afrontar estos desafíos simultáneamente? ¿Cómo afrontar lo urgente con responsabilidad social y mirando el futuro? Julio.
Thank you, gracias. Let me turn it over to ask which of the panelists would like. It's a complex question and we're against the time, so we'll have to be brief, but would anyone want to address? Natalia, please.
Yeah. Well, I'll just make one point. I think for me, Enrique is asking the right question at the right time. And what we need to see is building some serious alliances and partnerships who are willing to fight collectively. Private sector, civil society, hand in hand with government. And I think the mobilization of society is already happening. So now using the Sustainable Development Goals, which were agreed on as a roadmap, there are 17 of them. The world has said that this is the way forward. So we use that and tailor and adapt it at this moment. And the first 5 deal with the basic issues of health, education, hunger, right? And gender, which for me, I think is also one of the non-negotiables. So let me just leave it there for brevity. Thanks, Julio.
Thank you. Teresa?
Julio, this is really a complex question. And what we are seeing is countries grappling with how do they restart their economy and how do they also address the other priorities in terms of social and health. And what was very clear, as I said in the ECLAC-PAHO document, is that you cannot restart your economy if you do not focus on stopping the pandemic and reducing the impact of that pandemic. You cannot restart your economy if you don't take care of your people in the informal economy, that you don't take care of poor and disadvantaged persons. And so these are complex questions for governments. And I believe and I want to agree with Natalia, it's the alliances that count. How do you deal with a multi-sectoral approach? How do you bridge between political parties, between political ideologies, and put the people first? And I think this is a time that we are being called to put people first in terms of development. And how do we make them an integral part of that development and the shaping of the future? And this is a challenge, not just for governments, but for all of us in this region. Over.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. I think one of the issues that's hurt the response has been the idea that there's a zero sum or a trade-off between reactivating the economy or protecting people's life. And I think what you're hearing from these comments is those need to be tackled together. And there are some very specific measures that actually will help both. Wearing face masks, that will help protect health and reactivate the economy. Increasing radically the number of tests, that will help both. Eventually getting a vaccine will help both. There's a number of issues where we need to think that these are synergistic and not conflicting objectives. Do we have time for another question, or we're at the end of our time?
I have a challenge. If you accept the challenge, we have 2 minutes, Dr. Frank. But I have one that if the panelists are very short, and it could be, according to the question, we are on time. So Camila Perez from Colombia, she said, the pandemic has brought on stress to all aspects in society. In the health systems in the region, what has been the weakest point of the systems and the strongest? The weakest point and the stronger. La pandemia ha creado gran estrés en los sistemas de salud, dice Camila de Colombia, y pregunta, ¿cuál es
Colombia is saying the pandemic has created great stress on the health systems. What is the weakest and the strongest point that these health systems have faced?
Luciana and Daisy actually tried to get those 2 points, but if you can, in 30 seconds, restate a little bit of the plus and minuses that you already, and we'll wrap with your final comments. Luciana?
Sure. So the weakest point has been the disparate access by different populations to quality healthcare. But the strongest has been the people, the healthcare workers themselves, who in every, and I don't know of any country where they didn't take this mission very seriously and went above and beyond to make sure they performed what they do on a daily basis under tremendous duress.
Absolutely.
Daisy, one last comment.
Eu só acrescentaria que nós não.
I would only add that we can't imagine that a health system by itself is capable of resolving something that involves the entire economy, the population. So until we have focused, efficient communication, health as a priority, we will continue to see an excessive burden on the health system to resolve challenges such as a pandemic. So I agree with what was said prior to me, but I would like to stress health systems cannot be solely responsible for resolving this. Society and government must be engaged as well.
I just want to say what an outstanding panel of really outstanding leaders. You feel that this is a huge challenge, but there are so many bright persons, including our 4 panelists today, who are really providing amazing leadership and insights that we hope governments around the world and civil society around the world will heed. So I want to thank again the Inter-American Dialogue and CAF for having brought us together in this very, very significant and consequential conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you, Dr. Frank, for such an amazing moderation. Very interesting and helpful. For our viewers, we'll be back shortly for the second panel of the day. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to move along to the next session of the day, titled A Conversation on Coronavirus, Climate Change, and the Environment. Where does Latin America and the Caribbean stand? Remember to join in the conversation using our conference hashtag, Diálogo CAF 2020. This session will be moderated by Yolanda Cacabatze. Minister Cacabatze is the former president of the WWF International and former Minister of the Environment of Ecuador. She served as president of the International Union for Conservation of Nature from 1996 to 2004. Currently, she sits on the board of several national and international organizations, including Sistema B and the V-Team, the Independent Science and Technology Panel of Fundación Renova, and Arabesque, among others. Over to you, Minister Cacabatze.
Gracias y buenos días a los amigos panelistas.
And thank you to panelists and everybody here present. So these are the themes, the subjects of the moment. We cannot speak of health if we do not mention the enormous effect it has had on humanity. We have responded, I think, a bit too slowly, I believe, to new rules and behaviors dictated by our governments. Stay home, work from home, close your business, close the schools. No more international flights, including land transportation has been affected. And additionally to this crisis and these new rules have made us forget the importance of the climate change emergency. Its impact will be greater than COVID-19. Are we ready for that? Are we ready to face that challenge? We continue to deny the importance and the dimension of the climate change. We continue to plan and invest and begin and continue business as usual of a model that should be let go of. Are the governments and societies in general not creating enough awareness and actions that come from society and, of course, from governments in order to avoid these climate impacts? Are the decision makers aware of what's going to happen? In some countries, the private sector has made a formal request to their government to make the environmental conditions more flexible, taking into account this health crisis that will be here for a while. We don't know, 1, 2, or more years. Can we continue to act as if this is just something that will go away, or will we go back to fossil fuel energy, to that great infrastructure that has not been beneficial for the planet? Short-term responses have only accompanied short-term missions. Investments. What is happening with investments in reforestation, clean energy? These are some of the questions we have for this panel. But to conclude, and after this short introduction, what we do know is that there cannot be a healthy society in a sick planet. These are some of the questions that this exceptional group of panelists we have this morning will respond to. So I will introduce each one of them. We have Brigitte Baptiste from Colombia. I will now go into English.
An advocate of gender diversity and promoter of socio-ecological systems. She's currently the Chancellor of Universidad EAN. a higher education institution focused in sustainable entrepreneurship. Prior to this role, she was the director of the Alexander von Humboldt Biological Resources Research Institute, which I'm sure all of you have heard about. She was there for 10 years, and she has played a key role in developing environmental policies for Colombia's post-conflict areas. We have also with us Hugh Seeley from Barbados. Hugh is a lecturer in climate change and water resources management in the Center for Resource Management and Environmental Studies at the University of the West Indies in Barbados. He was a professor in the Environmental and Occupational Health track at St. George's University in Grenada. He is also a research fellow in the Windward Islands Research and Education Foundation and former director of the UNFCCC Regional Collaboration Center. Ana Toni from Brazil is currently the executive director of the Instituto Clima e Sociedade. She's the co-founder of GIP, Public Interest Management, and serves on multiple boards, including Agencia Pública, Gold Standard Foundation, and the Baoba Fund for Racial Equity. Prior to her role at ICS, she was chairwoman of Greenpeace International, acted as the first executive director of Action Aid Brazil, and represented the Ford Foundation in Brazil. Then Carlos Felipe Jaramillo from Colombia. He is the Vice President for Latin America and the Caribbean region at the World Bank. He was previously the World Bank Country Director for Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, and Uganda, and was the Senior Director of the World Bank's group from Macroeconomics Trade and Investment Global Practice, MTI. Before joining the bank, Carlos Felipe was a public servant in the government of Colombia, holding offices in the Ministry of Finance, the Central Bank, and the Ministry of Trade. So, as you can see, we have an exceptional group that will make this session, I think, exceptional. I will start with Brigitte in Spanish. El virus ha causado...
The virus has created a deterioration of nature, but it is also the result of the deterioration of ecosystems and nature. As I said before, a healthy planet could guarantee a healthy society. Our governments and government policies and social practices, are they taken into account that health-nature link? This pandemic has put in evidence many weaknesses, the health systems, the policies to prepare for risk, and the evidence that this virus comes from an unhealthy nature. What can you comment?
Thank you very much, Yolanda. I'm very pleased to be here. Thanks to CAF for the invitation, and I'm pleased to be a part of such a renowned panel. Just to respond directly, I think it's clear the evidence shows that our countries are not prepared to tackle a pandemic, nor are we ready to address the ecosystemic origins of the pandemic. This is something that was predicted a long time ago by very important thinkers. For decades, we've known that the deterioration and the self-regulation required in terms of the atmosphere, wildlife, forest, and the deterioration affects the entire health of the planet. We're looking at some of the risks this can cause. Sometimes at the local level in cities, and some cities more than others, there have been important incentives to talk about health and the environment. Countries have drawn interpretations about the relationship between air quality and health. There are some cities that are very affected by contaminants and the use of fossil fuels. There's a certain awareness of the risks of environmental degradation on the generation and future generations because of all the different pathologies. We have come up with a vision of a global threat caused by a pandemic. This was something, however, that was swept under the rug because, as we were looking at the potential threats caused by climate change, this is a threat that is still swept under the rug. The response has been very short-sighted. It's always been just emergency responses. This has had an impact of the visions that governments have as they look forward. Business systems, capital, and markets are apparently designed to move capital quickly and reposition it at these times of crisis to be more strategic. However, it's not going to where it's truly needed as something that can reduce vulnerability and that can lead to sustainability. We're reacting very slowly to that. It seems that the entire world is just waiting to the last minute. And with this, I'll wrap up my comments. When the pandemic started to spread in China, and we started to hear it in the news, people were like, that's never going to get here. This is never going to become a global pandemic. But in just a matter of weeks, all countries were shutting down their borders. Cities declared lockdowns. There were many places that had never expected anything like this to happen. And it's all because of this short-sightedness, this difficulty that we have in looking at the speed at which events like this can unfold. Thank you so much, Brigitte. I would love in a next round to ask you, okay, now what are we going to do as societies to ensure that governments react with a more long-term vision? Okay.
COVID-19 has been devastating to Barbados and to other island economies. The Caribbean islands have depended on tourism, and it has almost disappeared. Going back to business as usual is not an option, Hugh. So what are the options for the Caribbean islands as from now, when we come out of this crisis that we are in at the moment? Hugh.
Thank you, Yolanda, and thank you for inviting me to the CAF's annual conference and to be on such a panel. Yolanda, I want to respond to your question, but I also wanted to respond to something that Brigitte said at the very end of her first intervention, which was, and I paraphrase, that the entire world seems to be waiting until the last minute when it comes to climate change. And I can't agree more. And that's why this pandemic in 2020 has been so unfortunate, because it has postponed the climate change agenda, at least at the UNFCCC level, for at least a year. And it's in this year that we're supposed to be making our nationally determined contributions and showing how aggressive we're going to be in terms of reducing our emissions. To come back to your question as to what will small islands like Barbados do in this situation? Our Prime Minister is about to give a new throne speech on September the 15th, and she's prorogued the Parliament. I think the pandemic has made us realize that we have to rethink our entire economic strategy, which, as you have just pointed out, is heavily tourism dependent. We are one of the most tourism dependent economies in the world, and the pandemic has meant that we have totally lost that revenue, or almost totally lost that revenue. Or hotels are at about 5 to 15% occupancy. And unfortunately, Yolanda, as we try to open back up the tourism economy and we allow international flights to come into the island, even with the most rigorous health protocols that we're trying to put into place, we are seeing COVID cases coming in on the flights into the island. We're having to quarantine, isolate, etc. We're having to revise our protocols almost every 2 weeks. So it will not be an easy recovery for us from this. And what the pandemic has done, it has shone a light on our systemic deficiencies in our economy anyway, and our vulnerabilities to climate change. I'll give you one example: food security. We found with the pandemic that the international supply chains had become vulnerable. And we were facing a situation where our supermarkets may not be able to stock the goods that we normally use. And I found it amazing that the rapid return and the resilience of our people by the rapid return to the land and to bring previously idle lands back into agriculture quickly and to start to produce local crops, things like sweet potatoes, which are actually more nutritious than the English potato that we import. So that would be a long-term health benefit if we kept up with that. But if I get to my point, if you grow more crops, you need more water for irrigation. And we are a water-scarce country, and climate change is exacerbating that. So it threw a highlight on a systemic deficiency like freshwater resources that a small island like Barbados faces. We will press ahead with the things that we think will be required to make systemic or strategic changes in our economy. One is our energy sector. We intend to be fossil fuel free by 2030. And that's a huge task that we will be taking on. And Yolanda, it's not only our response or moral obligation in terms of what we have to do towards climate change. For us in Barbados, it's an economic decision as well. Because we are replacing the importation of fossil fuels with the use of indigenous renewable resources. And therefore, we intend to spend over $1 billion Barbados dollars or over 500 million US dollars over the next few years to transform our electricity sector in particular. But that will pay back in less than 5 years in terms of the savings on imported fuels. One last quick comment in terms of resilience, and I want to highlight what we're calling the Roofs to Reefs initiative that we're pushing. And this is, you may have heard of Ridge to Reef before, which is an integrated approach to watershed management and coastal zone management. We've put a twist on that, and we call it Roofs to Reefs because it's people-centered in the sense that we want the ordinary so it'll be independent of the electricity grid. If we lose the electricity grid, we'll do rainwater harvesting, etc., so that we will be able to be independent of the freshwater resources. And our reefs, Yolanda, you mentioned nature. It is absolutely clear to us that our reefs are our greatest physical economic asset. And everything we do on land must be to protect those reefs. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Hugh. From what you say, I see light at the end of the tunnel. There is definitely a set of opportunities that we have for the future, and we'll talk a bit more about that later on. Anna, the buzzword of today is bioeconomy. The NGOs, the private sector, universities are called to support, to foster, to develop and build more partnerships for a new economy, for a green economy. How much can Brazil and the Amazonian countries benefit from investments in bioeconomy programs? Share with us your views on this.
Thank you, Yolanda. No, really an honor to be in this panel with you and all the other panelists, and thanks for CAF for inviting me. It's incredible, but the case of Brazil throughout COVID and the relationship to climate is a really interesting one, because despite of COVID, we never discussed climate change so much in Brazil as we're doing now. So why it's, and there are several reasons for that, and I get to the end on the bioeconomy. Obviously, there was a change in government, and Brazil used to be a climate champion. And with the new government that made a platform that will take Brazil out of the climate change of the Paris Agreement, that caused a lot of social discussions in Brazil. And when COVID came, and COVID came at the moment in which we had last year, a lot of fire in the Amazon, as we have never seen before. And the COVID has also hit the Amazon people really badly, really, really badly. Indigenous communities, quilombolas, Manaus, Belém. So the Amazon region has been hit really, really bad by COVID. Obviously, we had deforestation. That is now we're in the middle of the fire moment. So those two events together, and the way the government has reacted both to the COVID crisis as well as to the Amazon crisis in terms of the fire and the rejection of science and playing with numbers and so on and so forth, that made the Brazilian society to really wanting to talk about the relationship between COVID, deforestation, and climate change. So as I said, we never discussed climate and deforestation. And what I'm really well impressed is we have many new actors that have never spoken up on climate change and deforestation that are now very much talking about that. And those are from the private sector. So we have investors, international investors, Brazilian investors. The major banks have decided to say what they are compromises to climate change and to the Amazon. A lot of private sectors, from the agribusiness to car companies and everywhere. Yesterday, we had the Brazilian Central Bank coming up with many new different measures to bring climate change inside of the financial sector. So despite of being in one of the worst, Brazil has lost more than 130,000 lives, which is an amazing number. We lost so many lives, and it's so a big tragedy. The climate change debate is very much on the media. And the results of this discussion is having the bioeconomy and looking at the Amazon, not as a place of tragedy, but looking at the Amazon as a place of hope in which we can combine development through bioeconomy. And now we have somehow brought a lot of the other economic players to the table to help us to find out best ways to develop a bioeconomy. It's obviously a big challenge. No other country has developed before. Countries normally they destroy their forests, they destroy their nature, and then after they realize that they destroyed, they developed and then wanted to reconstruct. In the case of the Amazon, all the Amazon countries, we have to do a leapfrog. We need to develop, keeping the forest standing. We all know the Amazon is a pot of virus. If we deforest, the next pandemic will come from the Amazon region. We all know. So I think the links between COVID, climate, in the case of Brazil, was a wake-up call, especially to the economic sector. So let us see. From words, we want to see action. But so far, I see the glass half full and half empty in terms of the optimism on how we're going to deal with climate change going forward.
Gracias. Thank you so much, Tony. Ana, the challenges of Brazil are different in size, but they are the same in all the Amazonian countries. And I would like later on to go back to you on what are the options for all these countries. Now I turn to Carlos Felipe, and I will make these questions in Spanish. Carlos Felipe, ¿qué tienen que hacer los gobiernos?
What do governments have to do to ensure that recovery from the crisis is responsible and takes into account climate change threat? This is one of the most significant challenges, wherein partnerships between multilateral organizations and governments is extremely important. Carlos Felipe? Thank you, Yolanda. Thank you for the invitation at CAF, for the invitation to take part in this panel. I want to, as my response, share a concern. I'm an economist who's been looking at development in the region for many years now, and I've returned to Latin America after being gone for approximately 10 years in Asia and Africa. I have concerns. This is one of those. The matter of how climate change is being handled. I also, however, am going to share a message of optimism, and this is where I'm a little bit more with Anna. First, my concern, my major concern, and I think it's the same as the one you have, Yolanda, is that this pandemic has distracted us and has distracted many people, many governments, because of the healthcare crisis. But it's distracted us from this much bigger crisis, which is far more long-term and will ultimately affect the entire planet. I don't want to minimize the current crisis. We certainly need to act. We need to save lives. However, we cannot forget that it is our role to remind policymakers that the climate change crisis is serious and requires urgent action. For example, one of the most recent World Bank studies indicates that if actions are not taken soon in the region, in the entire region, by 2050, we will have 17 million climate refugees. These are people who are going to have to move. They're going to have to leave the places they live because of water-related problems, problems having to do with productivity and agriculture, sea level rise, etc. I also wanted to go back to what Anna was saying, which is one of my biggest concerns, and that is the matter of forests. We are seeing an unprecedented increase in forest fires, primarily in the Amazon, but not only in the Amazon, many forests in the region. In many ways, this is directly tied to climate change, long-term droughts associated with El Niño. These have become much more severe, and they've made our forests tinderboxes. This impacts the environment as well as local communities, communities that live near the forest. These are very serious concerns, and I believe it falls to all of us to make sure this message is communicated to policymakers. Now, getting to my optimism, Yolanda. I agree a great deal with what you were saying at the outset. It would be a huge error to go back to the same development patterns that we were engaged in pre-COVID. This was not a development pattern that was productive. Growth rates in Latin America since 2008 have been rather bad. They have been inclusive. Inequality has not diminished much in the past decade. And in terms of what brings us here today, it's not a pattern of development that lives in harmony with nature. Therefore, I think I agree with what you said and what Hugh said about Barbados. We have to rethink everything. We have to completely overhaul the way we look at growth in our economies, not just economies that are tourism based, which have been highly impacted and hit by the current situation. I think that all economies in Latin America need to make the most of this moment to rethink the future. We cannot go back to business as usual. I'm seeing some positive signs in a number of countries, like what Anna said. Anna said something that I didn't know, but I really liked this development that the central bank has come up with some components for green development. Carlos, maybe we can go to your examples in the next round. Okay, sure, no problem. I'll leave that for the next round. Thank you, Carlos. Brigitte, protected areas. How can we ensure that protected areas and generally speaking nature are increasingly recognized as important issues in our country's development programs? Now it seems like, oh, it's just the whim of the environmentalists, but they're not giving the weight to nature and protected areas as the basis for long-term development. So, in your opinion, what are the three most urgent tasks ahead of us to ensure that nature is considered something valuable? Brigitte? Well, I wanted to start off by referring back to what Hugh was saying about the transformation of island life. I thought this was an important image about environmental and ecological safety and security that we've been discussing for some time now, and that are important in those territories and for the society. Islands understand very well what the limits of development are, as well as opportunities to grow in synergy or to move towards more sustainable societies with different models of trade. We can't allow islands to be submerged. They need to be able to develop based on local resources and technology that is tailor-made to address their needs. Because if not, it's the planet not being in solidarity with these islands. So this is important for islands and for all regions. It's the parameter of environmental security which goes hand in hand with protected areas. Conservation is the backbone, as we've already said, about ecological functioning and ecosystem services, and these are important for well-being. What we haven't done thus far is understand properly the role of protected areas in long-term planning. I think, therefore, it's important to look at how local protected areas or at smaller scales are being better managed. For example, at the level of cities and municipalities that are close by. These protected areas have been identified by the populace as providers of many services and a great deal of safety and security. These are important spaces for mental health, for physical health. Ethically speaking as well, there has been a slow move to take ownership of this, looking at regulation, looking at agricultural pests. All of these are associated more and more with the operation and functioning of protected areas. Nevertheless, this is something that has not been included in education agendas, maybe in schools of natural sciences or some land planning institutions. There's very little ecological focus. When people talk about national parks, they think of a place for recreation. This is something, but 50 years later, it's something that they laughed at a lot. There is still no concept of protected areas. When they look at, 4 million hectares in the Amazon, or a reserve a reserve in the savannas, they think, oh, we have to make use of them. And we say, no, we're making use of them by protecting them. Thanks to that, the climate hasn't completely collapsed yet. It's very important to have this ecological vision. And since Carlos Felipe is here and has ties to the tax sector, some recognition of the economic accounts of countries, this is something key. It's not just you have little patches of green on the map. These truly provide financial security. It's almost like an insurance policy for countries and how they're going to be able to overcome the crisis. Protected areas need to be at the heart of discussions on development and develop models, of course, with lots of participation. The cost of managing protected areas, looking at budgets, we've seen budgets being cut severely. I think that's happened throughout Latin America. We're seeing the tax authorities look at these as a cost rather than an investment. Yeah, there is a major challenge for all of our governments, and I'm hoping that this crisis teaches us a lesson that we need to invest much more in nature and in protected areas. Okay, let's move on to Hugh now.
Hugh, you mentioned that the impact on the international negotiations of climate change this year has been enormous. But that also may mean that there are opportunities to do something different at the national level and regional level, definitely. The shutdown of our economies gives us an unprecedented chance to launch a green recovery. Green recovery is something that everybody is talking about also. Fossil fuels, subsidies must be eliminated. And the debt, what are we going to do about the debt of our countries? Are there tools that you can use at the national level that can become a driver for change? Hugh.
Thanks, Yolanda. You've loaded the question so much that I'm not sure that I have anything else to respond to except nod and agree with everything that you said. Back to Carlos. Carlos, I am an optimist. I have to be an optimist. Living on a small island and faced with sea level rise and hurricane seasons every year, I think we are eternal optimists. I think one of the American campaigners stole the term "Build Back Better" from us. we consider this to be a tremendous opportunity for the world to stop and think that we're not on a sustainable path now. So if we've put our economies deliberately into a coma, well then let's try and figure out which parts we should revive and which parts we should allow to stay in eternal slumber. And yes, you refer to fossil fuel subsidies, and that is a key one. It may be fairly controversial to some of us, but when you look at the World Economic Order and the amount of monies that have to be spent, again, I refer back to 2020 and the UNFCCC agenda. This was the year we were supposed to review the financial pledge of $100 billion as a floor from developed to developing countries. And this is outside of the Monterey Consensus and the 0.7% of GNI, etc. This is climate finance that we refer to. This is the year that we were supposed to review that. But if you look at $100 billion in the context of fossil fuel subsidies, I believe the World Bank and others have come up with numbers that go all the way up to something like $5 trillion per year in fossil fuel subsidies, when you add up both on the consumption side and on the exploration side, where those subsidies are put. Yolanda, Minister, we cannot afford to do this anymore. So yes, and turning inward, there are some things that we as a small island that we've forgotten to do, and we've become complacent. And this pandemic and climate change has woken us out of that complacency. One is architecture of our homes and building resilience in that housing stock. We used to have homes with high-pitched roofs. I don't know if you can see my hands, and which were better engineered to withstand high-speed winds. But we've relaxed our building standards. We've put houses in areas that we know that are flood prone. So there are some things that we have to do ourselves without help from international development partners to make ourselves more resilient. But there comes a point in the adaptation spectrum where we can no longer build that resilience, and that's where loss and damage comes in. And I just want to speak a little bit to that as well. We need finance for that knockwood stage where you can no longer adapt. And as Carlos said, you have to leave. And I think that's what we're facing. We're facing an existential threat to our island. And the trickle of migrants that come out of the Latin America to the USA now will become a flood if we don't manage this. This is a regional security issue as well, and therefore it has to be prioritized. I just want to quickly go back to this issue of nature and debt, because we have been approached, like other islands, with innovative financial instruments, and one of them is a debt for nature swap.
Yeah.
And we are considering it. There are pros and cons, but I think that these types of instruments that value nature, and I'm not saying that we should commoditize nature, but we have to find a way to put a resource value to that nature, so that when we're speaking to the hard-nosed economists in the Ministry of Finance, that we can speak that language and they start to recognize the intrinsic value of that nature. I think that's what debt for nature swaps actually leads us towards. I'm interested in that as well. And this is coming from an island that has created a new Ministry of Maritime Affairs and the Blue Economy, recognizing that our marine areas, which is 400 times our landmass, is actually the area that we have to concentrate on to manage. So we're looking very hard at our sustainable development goals, but through the lens not only of a green economy, but also a blue economy as well. And I'd love to touch on that if we have time later. Thanks, Yolanda.
Super. Thank you so much, Hugh. Debt for nature swaps have been quite effective, I think. I don't know about other continents, but in Latin America, they have taken place and they have solved some serious problems basically related to nature conservation. So that is a great option. Thank you for bringing that to discussion. Anna, the control systems of our governments to control deforestation, to control land invasions, illegal plantations, even drug traffic, they have increased. But also the market and the need for commodities. Are they still a big driver of deforestation in this time of a health crisis? Anna?
Obviously, now I have to show you my pessimistic side because of your question. We all have that as well. I mean, if we look at this year in 2020, probably Brazil will end the year with a deforestation rate of around 13,000 square kilometers. That's an amazing number. You can put countries and countries inside of just what is being deforested. Our law in Brazil, a law of 2009, predicted or had as a goal that we will get to 2020 with a 4 kilometers or 3,935 kilometers of deforestation. So we are really beyond our own law, which shows to you, yes, command and control is fundamental, but it is not enough. Because as you said, how in a region like the Brazilian Amazon, which is huge, how can you control a lot of the illegalities that are happening? It's not an easy task. We all recognize the importance of command and control, but it's not an easy task. Obviously, why deforestation is going up so quickly is because the institutions that we had, like IBAMA, ICMBio, they have been, in the last 2 years, really been diminished, both in terms of people, in terms of budget. We have an environment in Brazil in which we almost allowing people to commit illegalities in the Amazon because people no longer feel they will be punished by it. You have signals, political signals, that allow people to do illegality. So yes, as you said, Yolanda, illegality have gone up, but illegality have gone up in one hand, and I would say mainly because of some extremely wrong political signs for the people that are committing illegality. On the other hand, it's absolutely true that in the case of the Brazilian Amazon, we have 25 million people there, and we need to give these people a good life, an option that can combine development with nature. And I want to go back to what Carlos said. The past is not an option because we have had deforestation now since Brazil was discovered, and the people living in the Amazon is the poorest ones in Brazil. So deforestation has not helped local people to be better off. So we need to find ways to do that in a more clever way. And then in dialogue to what Brigitte said, protected areas is fundamental. In the case of Brazil, we looked at protected areas not like just as sanctuaries and ecological places, but protected areas together with production. We needed to look at both sides. And protected areas and indigenous lands, as you know, we have many indigenous lands, they are really the backbone of a future bioeconomy. Yeah. Since they are really the depository of the biodiversity and the richness that we have. And then we have to look at the people, because the people, the indigenous people, the traditional people that are living in the Amazon, they really hold the knowledge to that biodiversity. But we are not, obviously, by not valuing that biodiversity in ways that these people can also benefit, we bring new cultures there that take them out of the business. So how can we combine? That's why I'm very optimistic in ways, and as I said, it's not an easy task, but bringing the bioeconomy and looking at protective areas as well as indigenous as the backbone for this bioeconomy is, I think, where the hope is. We are very far with the deforestation rates that I mentioned to you at the moment. But as I said, I feel that there is a new context in Brazil to discuss this issue, mainly getting out of our environmental bubble and bringing other players to the discussion, which we are doing with. We just got 17 former economic ministers and central bank ministers in Brazil to come up with a letter about the importance of the protection of the Amazon. So it's a very interesting moment.
I'm so glad you're an optimist, Ana.
Always.
We need to be. Carlos Felipe, you were about to give us some examples about, when I interrupted you, about how can we create processes where new jobs are ensured, where there is a creation of hope for the societies after this crisis. Carlos Felipe.
Thank you, Yolanda. Okay, so let me be an optimist and give you some examples quickly, but cautious optimism. I think we cannot think that suddenly things are going to get fixed. I think there's still a lot of work to do, and we have a lot of work in raising awareness and ensuring that these things actually get implemented. But I've been very encouraged, number one, by the plans that have been announced just in the last few weeks by a few countries. Chile, for example, has announced that its COVID recovery plan will have 30% of the additional investment into green projects. This is very good. I think this whole idea of ensuring that the COVID recovery phase, which should start, I hope, very soon and over the next year or two, is filled with climate-friendly investments, green investments, so that we don't go back to the status quo. I think we all agree on that. Colombia is also making very good announcements about its recovery plan for COVID, including clean growth and enhancement of its bioeconomy. This is very good. It plans to stimulate the energy transition and include a lot of investments to improve climate resilience. This is exactly what we need. In Uruguay, we recently, the World Bank gave a $400 million loan to mitigate the economic and social impact of COVID, and it has a big component on ensuring that the drought, they've suffered from some very bad drought in the earlier months of this year, is addressed through resilient economic recovery. So I think there's, and a lot of this, by the way, I just want to give a recognition to South Korea, because when people ask me, are there models to follow? And I was very inspired in a visit I made to South Korea a few years ago, because after that big crisis, the global financial crisis in 2008, 2009, something really turned in Korea, and they decided that their recovery was going to be a green growth, low carbon model. And I think there's a lot of lessons of what they've done fairly successfully there in Korea. And then finally, another note of optimism, picking up from what Hugh said. There is a big opportunity. Hugh mentioned the fossil fuel subsidies. So these have been, unfortunately, massive. We've been pointing them out for many years. They're bad. They're bad for everybody. And given that oil prices are now very low, this is a very good moment to dismantle these subsidies. Given that the countries don't really have too much money left, given all the pressing needs, it is also a good moment to think of all the other subsidies that we give for excessive water use, for unsustainable agriculture, and all. So I think it's a very good moment to work with governments so that a lot of these harmful subsidies of the past are revised, so that we go to a much better growth path in the future.
Super. Yes, Korea has been an example for more than a decade now. We will turn to our Masters of Ceremonies now, who has some questions from the audience. Please.
And the panelists, a very interesting discussion. As before, I will now turn to the audience for their questions. But remember, you can submit questions directly on our platform by going to the Q&A page. The first question comes from Priscila Vanzetti from Brazil, and it goes to Ana Tony. It says, It appears that the private sector in Brazil occupied the leadership vacuum left by the government both in COVID and climate. How do we sustain this more vocal and significant contribution of the private sector to the dialogue and much needed actions? La primera pregunta llega desde Brasil, de Priscilla Vanzetti, y la dirige a Ana Toni.
It's coming from Priscilla Vanzetti, and it's directed to Ana Toni. It seems that the private sector in Brazil has taken leadership in the COVID sector and climate change. And this has left a vacuum for the government leadership. So how can we sustain constantly or maintain the significant support of the private sector and at the same time maintain the dialogue and actions required for it?
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Not only private sector, I would say that this vacuum left by the government has been fulfilled by society as a whole. And I think, yes, the voice of the private sector, we talked about the private sector, the investors, but in terms of COVID, for example, it was local organizations, Afro-Brazilian organizations working in shanty towns in Brazil, was the indigenous community that really helped when the government was not there. We can see the media has a big play. And so I think, yes, when the government is not doing as much as we want, we need society that will push governments to do. We cannot do without governments. We need governments. But I think the climate crisis, it needs a social pact, a society pact. And private sector and investors are now in the debate. That's great. But the rest of society is also, and we needed to have really not dependent just in one government. We learned that. I think many countries learned that we cannot depend on governments come and go. What society needs is to show the direction.
That's right. Thank you, Ana. More questions?
Oh, yeah, a lot. Second question from Sonia Laborde. She says, which are the environmental educative programs developed by the ministers of education of our nations in Latin America since COVID-19? Sonia Laborde pregunta, ¿cuáles son los programas de educación ambiental desarrollados?
Asks, what are the environmental programs developed by environmental ministries in Latin America because of COVID-19? Let's see if anyone has the answer, or should I ask Brigitte to help us with environmental education? I think that the conditions that have intermingled with the COVID crisis, I don't know any of these programs. Our environmental education programs from the ministries could already be counted on one hand. So to have any that have incorporated what we've learned from COVID, all I can say is I hope that COVID will instigate these ministries to see how we're teaching and what we're teaching. Yes, I agree with Brigitte. In the 80s and maybe part of the 90s, environmental education was strong for the multilateral institutions, but after the 90s, it stopped being a matter of interest. And these are social programs in the end, apart from environmental. Any more questions? This one affects several nations of Latin America.
José Luis Martínez, he asked, ¿cómo atender a las poblaciones nativas e indígenas en la recuperación del ecoturismo?
How to take care of the native populations and tourism with climate change in protected areas. José Luis Martínez.
Indigenous communities in the ecotourism sector, which is critical for them, and help those communities in order to face the challenges of the climate change that the region and the world is facing, particularly in those protected natural areas.
Mm-hmm. Carlos Felipe, you mentioned tourism and ecotourism. Do you have an answer for that?
Thank you, Yolanda. Well, I would be also looking
Gracias,
for.
Yolanda. Yo también estaría buscando respuestas a esto. Me preocupa mucho, como mencionó Hugh, lo que se ha creado, el desafío y reto que se ha creado, no solo para el ecoturismo, pero para todo el turismo. Porque a veces existe la creencia de que esto va a volver así rápidamente a donde se encontraba anteriormente. Y yo creo que aquí van a haber consecuencias permanentes a largo plazo para todas las actividades relacionadas al turismo. Todo lo que puedo decir hasta el momento es que aquellas comunidades indígenas que tienen que ver con el ecoturismo requieren ayuda especial porque ellos están siendo afectados por un fenómeno del cual ellos no han sido responsables y que afecta su diario vivir y tienen que poder soportarlo. Eso es todo lo que tengo que decir.
Yolanda, can I
Necesitan
jump in
ayuda.
on this one?
Estupendo, Hugh.
Although we don't have, thanks Yolanda for allowing me to come in on this question. Although we don't have, in the typical sense, an indigenous population as Brazil would have, I found it interesting when we started to look at marine protected areas, and we do already have quite a bit of our marine areas protected, and the tension or the potential tension that caused with our fisher folk. So you're trying to protect an area, but you have to educate the users and the stakeholders in that area as to how it would benefit them. And some of us have short-term or very focused views on will it affect my ability to take a catch. But if you're looking at a depleted fisheries resource and the fishermen are catching more and more juvenile fish and fish that they should not be catching, then how do we set up that protected area, recognizing that in the medium term and in the longer term, the fishermen will benefit from that protected area. So, and I found that element of environmental education is required for our fisher folk. If I turn back to land on our new water protection policy, that I think we're now entering into a public dissemination phase and a public education phase. In the past, we protected our groundwater supplies by putting zones around the public supply wells where development was not allowed. But we allowed any development near the coast, which then allowed for pollution to get into the coast and affect our coral reefs. Now we're changing our policy, recognizing that the whole island is a coastal zone, and that our water protection policy not only has to protect our groundwater, but our coastal waters as well. And that will require better public education. It's going to impact on our tourism as well, because that belt of tourism, of hotels and infrastructure that's along the coast is impacting on the reefs. So it will require building up of sewerage infrastructure and wastewater treatment infrastructure, and then lead into water reclamation to close that loop and move towards a more circular economy. Because as I mentioned earlier, we are a water scarce country. So if we're a water scarce country, why are we putting fresh water into the ocean, and that fresh water is taking nutrients with it that's damaging our coral reefs? It seems like a win-win that we capture that wastewater, we treat it, and we reuse it for other purposes. But it will require capital. And therefore I've got to go back to the issue of finance. We as a small island will do as much as we can. We're not mendicant. We're not putting our hands out saying that we can't do anything on our own. But we will require assistance over and beyond the fossil fuel subsidies. I think it was the Prime Minister St. Lucia that said recently, we need a Marshall Plan for small islands, including middle-income countries and middle-income small islands, to get us out of this pandemic, to make us recover, and to make us face the bigger wave that's coming now, which we're already in, which is climate change.
Yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely. Anna, you wanted to make a comment on this question? No? Okay. We take one more question. We have only 5 minutes remaining. Please.
Okay. That one arrives from Colombia, Clara Estela Juliao. Dice, sería interesante revisar el tema del cumplimiento por empresas y gobiernos.
Yes, it would be interesting to study compliance by governments and companies regarding greening. Speaking of Bogota and Colombia, their projects for housing and infrastructure, how to demand for people to comply for that.
It would be interesting to review the norms that guarantee the what's so-called the lungs of the cities. So the green areas within the cities. In the particular case of Bogota, the capital of Colombia, there are many projects of buildings and infrastructures that include those criteria. How do we make sure that the constructors follow those rules and the rules are respected?
Yo creo que esa pregunta es para Brigitte.
Sí, aunque voy a tratar de ampliarla a casi todas las ciudades latinoamericanas que están.
Though I will try to broaden this to all Latin American cities that are trying to find better processes for this, how to understand a city as a habitat that is continually being designed and opening more green spaces and infrastructure that is strong and will provide the well-being of citizens. So there are interesting projects on how to do urban development and how to create these cities. This is between those who develop housing and urban planners and civil society. There has to be a connection, because to reach agreements that are always more concerted towards the type of building that we want, and these environmental policies and mayor's office will have to also have an input, but it has to be. And here in COVID, we should demand more open green space for the citizens and biodiversity, spaces that will also help mental health of children and human beings. The pandemic, by closing us in, has made us value being outside. So these would be good changes for the norms or public spaces, including all these processes of having community gardens and collective initiatives for agriculture and terraces. In other words, new modalities, new ways of designing or urban planning. Yes, of course, and especially in a continent which is the most urbanized one in the planet. Anna, do you have something else to say? Yes.
The cities and putting more green areas. And the other side is controlling pollution from cars, from industry that are happening inside of the cities. I don't know how it's in other countries, but in Brazil, there is a big movement against air pollution and the relationship to health yet again. So we can see how much money do we spend with the kids and adults with problems related to pollutions in the cities. So we do need laws to determine the limit of pollution that cars, buses, trucks, how they enter into the city, what time they enter into the cities. There's only a handful of cities in Brazil that measure air pollution in the cities. Most of the cities do not even measure air pollution. So we needed them to measure, we need laws for them to target, and we need to change the standards of cars and buses and trucks in the city to get less polluted cities.
That's right. I want to thank Anna, Hugh, Brigitte, and Carlos Felipe. Unfortunately, we are prisoners of time, But if I can summarize in one sentence, the value of this panel and this conversation is, when we talk about nature, we talk about security. We talk about health security, food security, water security, energy security, and much more. So we cannot continue to leave environment and nature at the bottom of the agenda. It must be prioritized, and maybe that is the most important lesson of this crisis. Thanks to all of you, to our Master of Ceremonies, and of course to CAF and the Inter-American Dialogue.
And I want to thank you, Minister Cacabatze, for such an amazing moderation, and all the panelists that have participated in this interesting panel. Now we will have a break until 1:15 Eastern Time, which is 12:15 in Bogotá, Lima, Quito, or 7:15 p.m. in Madrid, in Spain, when we will return for the last session of the day on the digital transformation in the region. Take a walk, grab some lunch, and catch up on emails or take advantage of the networking options on the conference platform. Remember to join in the conversation using our conference hashtag, Diálogo CAF 2020. We will see you back here in a bit.
Thank you.
we finish.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to explore the wonderful features of our conference platform. We are now ready to begin our third and last session of the day. Our distinguished panelists will be participating in our session titled Hopes and Hazards, Digital Transformation in the Region. It is now my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, a colleague in this fantastic world of journalism that we share, Guillermo Arduino. Guillermo is an anchor, a correspondent for the CNN networks based at the CNN Center in Atlanta. He is the anchor for CNN en Español's daily afternoon show Encuentro. He is also the host of Clicks, the network's technology program, and the winner of a 2014 Daytime Emmy for Outstanding Entertainment Show in Spanish. Guillermo, welcome. Over to you.
Gustavo, thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am thinking that, we have so many resources today, and we have the CNN Center, the New York studios, the Miami studios, the Washington Bureau, the Los Angeles Bureau, the Hong Kong Bureau, London, but most of us are at home. So here we have it, and we have coped with it, and we managed to emerge. And that talks about the power of resilience, and that's one of the characteristics that I think we need. If you're young, if you are not very young, and the challenges of adjusting to digitalization, we consider age a lot in this case. And so it's very important to be resilient, and it's very important to adapt. The power of adaptation to the world in general, even before the pandemic, was very important. Well, this pandemic brought about a challenge, obvious challenge, which is to communicate through these devices and through technology as we do. Some who were ready, who adapted before, managed to do it. But with this come also the risk, not only the adaptation and the resilience that we may bring about, also risks in terms of safety, security, threats. But, that's the way it is, and we have to adapt and work it out as well. In Latin America, think about the access to technology, and what is even more important, connectivity. We need an outstanding connectivity in order to excel. If we don't have the kind of connectivity that we have right now in the first world, then clients are going to run away. So that's something that we're going to talk about. So I'm giving you pretty much the overall picture of the conversations that we'll have. We have a lot of experts in this panel that can actually bring about their own experience and their own input to make us think about it and solve. That's the other word. And the disciplines that we can cover comes from banks, financial services, health, education, you name it. So everybody is a player in this case. I want you to meet Carrie Ann Barrett. She's a cybersecurity policy specialist for the Organization of American States. Carrie Ann is a cybersecurity policy specialist in the cybersecurity program within the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism, very important, at the Organization of American States. In her capacity, she offers technical assistance to member states in the development and implementation of their national cybersecurity strategies, as well as assists in the implementation of various technical capacity building initiatives within the cybersecurity program. She's an attorney at law with over 16 years of experience in the Caribbean region, having been appointed to several positions within several government ministries in the Caribbean. Carrie Ann, welcome. We also have Laura Gaviria, Director of SoftBank Group International. Prior to joining SoftBank, she was the Global Head of FinTech Acceleration for Citibank. She also supported tech startups grow and scale as Chief Acceleration Officer at the Venture City and serves as the board of Banco Sol in Bolivia. She has over 18 years of international experience in digital innovation and financial services. Laura, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Also, Ángel Melguizo. He's the Vice President for External and Regulatory Affairs at AT&T DirecTV Latin America, responsible for positioning the company on key regulatory topics for the digital transformation in the region. Before joining AT&T, he was Chief Economist for Latin America at the OECD Development Center and worked as lead specialist on labor at the Inter-American Development Bank. He served as a senior advisor in the Economic Bureau of Spain's Prime Minister, as well as principal economist at the BBVA Financial Group. Ángel, welcome. Silvina Moschini is the founder and president of Transparent Business, among other ventures, a cloud-based platform that manages remote teams, and the founder and CEO of SheWorks. She is part of the World Economic Forum's collaborator agenda and was given the Equals in Tech Award by the United Nations in 2019 for her technological initiatives. She is LinkedIn Influencer, which is a selected group of 500 personalities comprising Richard Branson, Bill Gates, and Arianna Huffington. She has been published and recognized in over 140 media outlets throughout the world, and you can see her on CNN in Espanol very regularly, arguing and enlightening our programs with me particularly. And welcome, Silvina. And last but not least, Robert Murgas. He is a senior director for the U.S. Cyberspace Solarium Commission. Previously, he helped build New America Cybersecurity Initiative, where he headed the organization's international cyber policy work. Murgas serves as research advisor for the Global Commission on Internet Governance, as well as the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, and has served as expert advisor for the World Economic Forum. Robert, welcome. So because we are in this kind of forum, we're going to go one by one because it would be very complicated to interrupt each other. And I want to start with Carrie Ann, especially based on your cybersecurity expertise. What is the capacity of the region, especially taking into account external threats in a very well communicated and intertwined world from the point of view of technology?
Thanks, Guillermo. I think it's really timely that we're having this session because we literally just launched our 2020 report that gives a regional snapshot of the state of cybersecurity capacity in the region. This report we launched with the IDB, and it's the second edition that assesses the state of cybersecurity readiness. Since the study that we conducted in 2016, what we've discovered now is that more than half of the region has actually started to improve their cybersecurity capacity in one way or the other. Many of them have begun implementing national cybersecurity strategies, which we believe will give a general overview of the direction that the country should go in building capacity. And in some cases, legal frameworks have been put in place, such as cybercrime legislations or guidelines and standards. However, one of the things that the report highlighted for us, though, is that although we've made significant progress in the region, there's still so much more that needs to be done. More than 3/4 of the countries in the region observed that they didn't have any infrastructure to be able to protect critical infrastructure from advanced cybersecurity threats and attacks. One of the economic impact that we noticed is that in Latin America, it's going to be probably 90 billion in 2019 alone that they suffered some amount of impact from cyber incidents. Countries generally lack the capacity to monitor, and that's because many of them don't have what we call incident response teams at the national level. And those incident response teams are what you kind of like your firefighters, the first persons that know that something is happening nationally. And many of them don't have one in place. So like in a snapshot, I think we could say that, just to give you some figures that it will be easier to understand, 17 out of 32 countries have actually promoted public policies and initiatives to strengthen cybersecurity in the region since 2016. Only 6 at the time had national cybersecurity strategies. Today, we have 12. We have 5 that are underway in developing their national cybersecurity strategy at a very advanced level. So the region is picking up and understanding what is needed to address it. I think another thing that I could probably highlight in terms of capacities is there has been many attacks against the banking sector. In a recent report we published, 92% of the banking entities had identified some amount of attacks against their systems. But what's really encouraging from that is that many of them have the capacity to identify it. I think not knowing what is happening to you is even worse than someone telling you that you have an issue. So we do see that there's progress in the region, but more importantly, there is a lot more to go. So capacity is key.
The problem, Karen, is that what you're painting, the picture you're painting is that the region is at a very high level of vulnerability. And we didn't have a warning for this pandemic. So if those numbers emerge from the pre-pandemic era, I wonder You know, is it a matter of resources, or is it a matter of knowing and understanding at a government level what's going on? Because if we think about banking vulnerabilities, for instance, in today's world, many countries are totally shut down. In the United States, we can go out in big cities like Atlanta, or I was in Charlotte, North Carolina last week, but that's something that you would not be able to do in Argentina, for example. You cannot cross county lines without a permit. So people have to rely entirely on technology. So again, is it a matter of resources or knowledge?
I would honestly tell you, Guillermo, it's a combination of both. Our member states have been pretty resilient in terms of trying to adapt to everyone being forced online, the workforces within government. The resources, it is a lack because many of them have had to prioritize some of the more infrastructure related projects within their country to be able to let their citizens and their nation be able to participate in the global market. But I think another aspect of it is knowledge as well, which is why we've been pushing so many reports out that targets policymakers, which is why we've actually seen an increase in national cybersecurity strategies. So I think as our member states become more aware of what is the threat and how it can impact their digital transformation projects that you're pursuing, it will become a more natural thing for them to start advancing in building more capacity and allocating resources accordingly.
Okay, we go back to this subject. Let me cross over to Laura Gaviria. She's from Colombia. Actually, this is a very interesting multicultural panel. Carrie Ann Barrett represents the United States, even though we are all, if not, we are multinational, you know. but it's important for people to identify with this. Carrie is from the United States, and Laura Gaviria is from Colombia. Laura, let's talk about this. The collaboration between the public sector and the private sector is fundamental, especially when we think about power and the muscle to make things happen. So in terms of the digital access of citizens, especially during this pandemic, where do we stand?
I think, Guillermo, you made a very important point. I think there's never been a time where it's more important for the private sector and for the public sector to work at the same side of the table. And it's not enough to have sustainability funds or development funds coming into the region. We need also private capital coming in to fund our entrepreneurs. And we take for granted the fact that we can be connected today via Zoom, or whoever is listening to us today. That connectivity issue, we take it for granted because we live with it. But we have to remember that a lot of citizens in Latin America still don't have access to that connectivity. And for some, that access is almost could be up to 15% of their income, just that access to bandwidth. So they really can't have the benefits of doing things digitally, which is something that we're having right now. There's a joke, or we keep hearing that coronavirus has been the best chief technology officer, both for companies and for governments. And it's true. And I think that the fact that this pandemic has accelerated impressively the digitalization of services is amazing, and definitely it's going to be able to give access to education to more people that we had before, to be able to bring health services to more people than we had before. But again, we can't forget that we need the basic infrastructure, that connectivity that you mentioned when we started, for that to happen. And that's where governments have to come into place. We can come as a private sector in a way to fund those amazing entrepreneurs that we have in the region that are coming with the solutions. But we need that collaboration, not only in terms of providing the basic infrastructure for people to be able to be connected, but also the right regulation for these companies providing this massive services of public service that are going to be crucial for the region to be able to come out stronger of this crisis.
I was thinking that the government sometimes is so huge and the processes are cumbersome they sometimes don't understand. I don't know if you remember when we saw the CEO of Facebook in front of the Senate. I think it was last year. It was so clear they didn't have a clue of what he was talking about. And, you know, unfortunately, it's a matter of age as well, because most of them are people of age. And for them, it's very hard to understand how artificial intelligence works, et cetera, et cetera. So I wonder if we take that case and we move it to Latin America, and then governments need to understand that it's for their own benefit to make it easier for companies to go and invest in those countries. And sometimes, if your clients are going to be European or American who do not have any patience at all for a bad signal, they are going to run away. They'll say, okay, if certain country is not providing me with a good connection, I'm going somewhere else where I can do business. So how can the public sector and the business, the private sector now work together to solve it now? Because now we're in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah, no, I agree. And again, I think it's this awareness that usually would have taken years for governments to really see it, the necessity of being this digital savvy that has come as one of the only benefits of this pandemic, right? I don't think there's one government in the region right now that doesn't understand the importance of connectivity, the importance of being able to have the right setup for more and more technology companies to thrive, to be able to work remotely, to be able to access a doctor via your phone or your web, right? Now I think it's in the top of the agenda of absolutely every government, and it could have been something that would take longer for some to get there. Some of the examples that we've seen that are amazing is, for example, in Colombia. So far, they've trained more than 1,000 citizens on artificial intelligence just by government grants. This is a program that they did in combination with Correlation One, a company in Boston, and it has been extremely successful. And more people are now being trained in this basic data or technology skills that are needed to bring the countries to another level. We did something similar with SoftBank and again Correlation One, and with the support of the Colombian government as well, to train and upskill more AI experts in the region. We did it with people that participated from Colombia, Brazil, Argentina, Mexico. It was supposed to be physical. We're gonna have like 3 physical locations in Bogota, Sao Paulo, and Ciudad de Mexico. And when the pandemic kicked in 1 week after we started, we moved the entire thing digitally. And it was seamless. It worked perfectly, so much that now it could be scaled even further. Colombia continues to train more and more people now, and it's becoming something that it's at the center of every government that we have in the region, which I think it's something extremely positive. Now we need to make sure that those permanent regulation changes happen that are going to be easier for more and more people to have access to the services from a digital perspective, and keep being friendly to have our amazing entrepreneurs that we have in Latin America be able to thrive with new, simple, and amazing solutions that they can bring to the citizens.
You gave us some good examples. I'm going to come back to you with some that have some room for growth later. So we'll talk about. I want to ask Angel Melguizo now. Let's see. Angel is from Spain. Angel, obviously, September is a key month. Most companies have to have their budgets for 2021 already totally completed and ready to be presented. So, no doubt we are facing somewhat of a recession. We'll see how long it will take for us to come out of them. And it depends. Some countries are going to take longer, depending on the resources they have and how they were surprised by this pandemic. Now, with the use of technology, we can do something to actually transition into the normal world a little bit faster. How can technology mitigate these effects of a looming recession?
Well, thank you very much. And let me start by saying that we should be relatively optimistic. I mean, it's evident that the region is facing, I would say, the socioeconomic crisis of our lifetimes. I mean, seeing GDP fall 9-10% in 1 year, or just I mean, the cost of the growth that Latin America is not having in 2020, 2021 is around $1 trillion. That to put in context is that the region has lost one Chile, one Peru, one Uruguay in terms of growth versus the scenario with no pandemia. It's evident that we have to take that into account. But we are living a huge contrast. At the same time that we are facing this economic crisis, I mean, technology is in its probably in its most exciting period in terms of the possibilities that it opens. Obviously, we are working, we are getting informed, we are getting entertained, we are getting educated thanks to technology as citizens. Governments are innovating. I have to say that. I mean, governments have really been also innovating in these stress times for everybody. And obviously companies have to move ahead. So our vision is that digitalization is not just to get along. I mean, just to pass these weeks, these months, or almost this year of challenges. Digitalization is the only way forward towards a Latin America, which is more productive and it's more inclusive. So actually, this is what we have to invest, and we have to solve the hurdles. So paraphrasing the title of our session, I was thinking, which are our hopes and which are the hazards? No, we have two hopes. First, 5G and all that 5G is going to enable is almost here. And two, the development of platforms, the so-called over-the-top OTTs. I mean, we are working, we are communicating, and we will be educated thanks to OTTs. These are two hopes, but we need to overcome the hazards. And the hazards, on our opinion, is that we are investing too little in technology and education, both of them together, and we are not advancing fast enough towards a smart regulation of the digital economy, in which security, privacy are key issues, not the only ones. So, I mean, for us, this is a call. This is a call to be realistic. Many people are suffering in Latin America, and we will be struggling for 2, 3, or 4 years in terms of the economy. But we cannot put on hold all the plans that we have until this passes, because this is going to be, if not permanent, very long lasting.
Yeah, and I was thinking while you were talking about that is something that we talk about with Silvina all the time, no? Working remotely. And I wonder, as an AT&T executive that is expanding in Latin America, that market actually for the work market, the labor market in Latin America now is very appealing, because a United States, employee is very expensive these days. But for that, we need flawless connectivity. To give you an example, when there are shows that are coming out of Argentina or Mexico, I am on standby here in the States, because the infrastructure in those countries, for those who are working from home, is not good enough for the company to say, well, okay, you know, if they have a problem, they can work it out. No, I have to be here because my signal, I have fiber, my signal is better. It's their show, but I have to be on standby. So it's in the best interest of the governments actually to invest in connectivity. So my follow-up question is, are they doing enough? Governments are doing enough to facilitate this digitalization? Can you convince them that this is the present and not the future?
I will do my best to try to convince them. But let me start by saying, I mean, we are passing a stress test of technology, of policies, and I mean, overnight, the internet traffic also here in South America increased 30-40%. And it increased in a place where we were not expecting that traffic. all of us were expecting, internet traffic at your office, but not at home. So actually the stress test has been incredible. And I would say for all of us who are connected, we are privileged and things are going relatively well, I have to say. But obviously there is the not connected part of Latin America is too big. And I would say there, governments are not doing enough, and companies, we are not doing enough. We have to do more. First, in terms of investment, I mentioned, the figures that the industry uses are in the orders of hundreds of billions of dollars, which Latin America needs just to put the connectivity levels to the ones of high-income economies. We are talking $150, $160 billion, which in times in which governments are having so many social programs to fund, and in the middle of the economic crisis, this is big money. So this is why government should do it, but we will do them together. In the US, we fund the CAF2, not the Development Bank CAF, but Connect America's Fund, run by the FCC to connect SMEs and rural areas. I think we have to do the same in Latin America. And I was reading the news that CAF was planning to launch a fund to finance the infrastructure gap in digital and logistics. This is very good news. But I would say we need money, and also we need good ideas, better ideas, and this is why advancing to our regulation is so important.
Yeah, and I think that Silvina Moschini, our next speaker, is going to say, and you need to learn how to never accept no as an answer. That's fundamental, especially in the private sector when you're talking to governments, to say, no, I'm not going to accept a no, and I'm going to continue to knock at doors. Especially if you think today, and Silvina Moschini is like me. She's an Italian family she was born and grew up in Argentina from an Italian family and lives in the United States. So we are the multicultural flower in this context. But you know what, Silvina, I was thinking that governments now, especially in Latin America, are thinking about their health system first and foremost. And in many cases, it is broken. And they are trying to avoid the collapse of the health systems in hospitals, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to convince them to invest in connectivity and digitalization, because they need to continue to give a stimulus to the economy, how can you tell them, this is what we need. We need to innovate, and despite what's going on with the pandemic, how do you address that?
Well, I would say we need to innovate because of what is going on the pandemic. I think that, as Laura said, pandemic is the biggest accelerator for the digital transformation of all times, that change things that were seen or perceived in the past as to be a vitamin to become an aspirin. This is especially important for the health space, for the solutions that need to be addressed to protect people, to have information to treat the disease, but also to prevent. And what is my area of expertise is to keep people off the streets by facilitating remote work opportunities and making sure that they keep their distance by keeping them at home is one thing that need to be done until they are truly prepared for that. But I think that everybody realized that they have no option. As Eric Smith said, scarcity breeds clarity. So in that sense, many people were forced out of their comfort zone. And as Laura was mentioning, the learning, we discussed that in the past. And I said, why the hell are they doing this in physical offices? This is not scalable. With physical presence education, it's kind of absurd in the digital age. And they say, no, it cannot be done. But then it was proven that it could be done. And the same thing happened with telemedicine. The same thing happened with the wall of work. People before, and I know because I sell that thing, said oh, no, we cannot do it. Our culture will not allow for remote work. We need to see people physically present, warming up the chair in an office, because this job for security, for infrastructure, for culture, for workflows cannot be done remotely. But they realized that it could be done remotely and that it's even better. So I think that this change, this shift from a vitamin that will make economies a bit better to an aspirin that will drive the transformation because of government or business continuity was the key factor to make change happen. So I don't think that it will need a lot of convincing because they are either in or they are out of the economy. So if they want to be in, they need to digitally transform themselves.
Silvina mentioned a lot of phrases that I learned when I moved to the United States 25 years ago. Make it happen. That's it. It's up to you. You have to make it happen. These are things that culturally we learned in the States, and that's why we love this country so much. Now, Silvina, when I was listening to you, I was thinking, okay, so try to convince a university professor that he or she can test 150 students electronically in 2 hours. And then I was thinking, what Silvina is telling us is that the whole system needs to change, not to adapt the technology that we have today at the structure that we have lived with for so many years, but we need to change the way we think and then use technology. Am I right?
I think that we need to change our operating system, as you said, that we don't need to use technology to try to adapt and replicate the real experience, but to think remote first. And when you think remote first, you manage companies. As I run a company that is remote first, I never have an office. I went occasionally to WeWork or sometimes to some friend's office just to hang out there, but I never have an office. I never thought that I will be limited geographically by the talent that I need to have, because I wanted to have the best person for the job. Hoping, as you know, I work in women economic empowerment, that it will be a woman, but I was open to find talent with no barriers, with no limitations, with flexible schedule. So I think that if you change the way you approach getting things done and think on how you build exponential organizations, you need to think remote first. You need to think remote first, change the workflows, and then leverage from the many opportunities in cost savings, in access to talent, in productivity increases, in documentation, in business continuity through the data. When you digitize your workflows, and this applies to the way you teach and the way you work and the way you do absolutely everything, it's much more efficient and it's a lot easier. But the most important, and this is something that we encounter a lot, and now, as you can imagine, we have a massive growth in demand of our services, because before I had to basically justify and explain and try to convince people that they could do better. But now what we encounter as the most important thing is the digital transformation when it comes to the cultural change, the way people embrace the technology. The technology existed for many years. Now we need to change them to work in an agile manner, to think agile, to learn agility, to develop skills that before were important, but they were not like deal breakers, like learnability, design thinking, analytical ability to make decisions with little information without grabbing a colleague from the shoulder and ask them to walk through something because you need to resolve on your own, or you just need to ping someone and get it done. So I think that this is the most important thing, the change of mindset, and then you embrace the technology to make it happen, but you need to change the way you approach getting things done.
Very briefly, when you try to position your platforms of remote work, especially for women, that's something that we haven't talked about, what is the reaction that you get from governments? Is it difficult to make them understand, especially in Latin America, or they embrace this and they are surrounded by good advice and advisors who understand what's going on in the world today?
In the past, it was challenging. It was much more of a PR opportunity. As you know, my background is in public affairs and public relations, so I deal with that and I try to evangelize. But right now, it's make business sense. Women are the most affected by job losses, and women are receiving today higher number of degrees, both university and master's degrees. And as it could be proven that work can be done remotely, they can achieve a work-life balance. So government, and especially multilaterals, are supporting this type of initiative. We're working with the government of Colombia and the Senate training women in skills for employability. We are working also with the government of Guatemala, with the IDB, on same programs to create the training, to create the talent marketplaces, and then to connect them with global jobs. So they understand that now they have the opportunity to do what India have done 30 years ago with outsourcing, but doing it with cloud sourcing, exporting talent in the cloud. And Latin America have talent. And as you know, Guille, talent is universal, but opportunities are not. So we have a massive opportunity to get our people in the region exporting services all over the world now.
It's more or less like we have to prepare for the opportunity. So when the opportunity comes, we can take advantage of it. Usually we focus on looking for the opportunity. When it comes, we're not ready. So this is a time to reflect upon that and to get ready. I want to introduce to you Robert Murgas. He's from the United States. He's Senior Director of U.S. Cyberspace Solarium Commission. And in a way, we touch a little bit the subject that we talked about with Carrie Ann at the beginning, and it's cybersecurity. And I want to ask you, first of all, what is the concept of critical infrastructure? When you think about that concept, what do you think about?
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Guillermo, and thank you to CAF and Dialogue for putting this together. It's been a very interesting conversation already. And I would just say we talked a lot about digitization and the merits and the value of digitization here. And I think, you know, it's undeniable that we see great economic gains, we see people's lives improve. At the same time, there's a flip side to that coin, and that is that digitization opens us, whether it's us as individuals, whether it's us as businesses, whether it's us as governments, up to new and profound vulnerabilities that we've seen adversaries begin to exploit to disrupt daily life, to destroy private lives, and to disrupt critical infrastructure. And to your point, critical infrastructure, without resilient, robust, and reliable critical infrastructure, digitization becomes somewhat moot, right? So digital or critical infrastructure in the United States, there are 16 sectors. I think in the context of digitization and sort of digital services, there are a few that are particularly important. And without these, you don't have digitization. You don't have effective digitization. You don't have a trusted ecosystem. Things like power, right? We talk oftentimes about telecommunications networks and the sort of backbone of the internet as the primary critical infrastructure when it comes to digitization. You can't have any of that without power. Power is instrumental. At the same time, we're beginning to digitize the delivery of some of our power services. We're beginning to automate certain power distribution and power production. If that becomes vulnerable, or if that is attacked and disrupted, the digitization that we just incurred is moot, right? It doesn't matter. We don't have access to that. When the United States is now in sort of a very critical juncture where we have, for the most part, done a good job of digitizing. I think, we're one of the leaders in that space, but we're also slowly beginning to realize that with that digitization comes this new vulnerability. And that's really the purpose that the commission that I'm a part of was stood up to address. Basically, we came to realize that despite numerous criminal indictments, economic sanctions, the development of robust cyber defensive capabilities, attacks against the United States and frankly our partners both in the region and in Europe and in Asia have continued. We've seen Chinese cyber operators continue to steal intellectual property. We've seen Russian operators disrupt democracies here in South America, in Europe, increasingly now in Asia as well. And the United States, with our partners, hasn't necessarily devised a great strategic approach to really combat that aggression. The task of the commission, therefore, was to begin to develop a strategic approach whereby we could do that. And we developed this strategic approach, which we launched with a paper in March. And we highlighted really 6 key pillars for any country. And we obviously were focused on the United States, but I think these lessons are applicable across the region as well. 6 key pillars to a cyber strategy. And I think if you're going to digitize, you need that cyber strategy, to Carrie Ann's point, because without it, you are leaving yourself open to massive disruption. First is you need to get your government structures right. And this includes the regulations that Angel and Silvina and Laura were all talking about. You need to get your government structures right in order to have the right regulations in place. The second big piece is revolves around international engagement. Obviously, cyber is an international issue. You need to engage robustly, not only with your friends and partners, but you need to understand what your adversaries might be wanting to do to you, right? So you need that robust engagement. The third piece, and I think this is one of the most critical that we can talk about, is the need to build national resiliency. the COVID pandemic is a great beta test for national resiliency, not just in the United States, but across the world. Yes, it has taught us many things about cybersecurity and connectivity, about the importance of digital services. But to your point early on in the conversation, Guillermo, it's also disrupted our economies. And no country in the world really was prepared for the economic disruption that we incurred due to COVID-19. One of the things that the Commission is looking at is, okay, we have in the United States robust plans in place to ensure the continuity of our government, to ensure the continuity of our military operations. Yet the economy is a critical and important pillar of national power, of national continuity, and we don't have plans in place to ensure the continuity of the economy. That's something that we're talking about now in the United States. In addition to that, we need to have a better handle on how we assess risks, not just cyber risks, but risks that will affect cyberspace and digitization. The other big piece of this is the cyber ecosystem itself. This is sort of the fourth pillar of our strategy, and that is the IT, the telecommunications networks that make up the digital sphere, right? So it's everything from the notebook and the laptop and the smartphone, but also increasingly the Internet of Things that are all generally deployed incredibly vulnerably, right? So we don't do a good job of baking in security into our information technology before we deploy it into the ecosystem. That's something we need to reassess and think about how we can do more secure by design. And then the final piece that really runs through all of this is the importance of, and I think we've already touched on this several times with Angel, Sabina, and Laura, and Carrie Ann brought it up as well, is the importance of public-private collaboration to make this happen, right? Oftentimes in the United States, we talk about the need for PPP, for public-private partnership. We've done very little to actually institutionalize and operationalize public-private collaboration on the cyber defensive front, on the digitization front. And a few things that we're talking about from the Commission's perspective on the sort of public-private side is, despite us, the United States, making great gains in certain areas in digitization, many rural communities in the United States, for example, are still lacking with digital infrastructure, whether it's the telecommunications networks or sort of the e-governance stuff that we talk about, whether it's sort of the need to collect benefits or go to the Department of Motor Vehicles, right? A lot of this can't be done online, especially in rural communities. Managed service providers, cloud service providers are a potential great multiplier and unlocker of greater digitization. And there's an added benefit to that, right? If the government is trying to do it on its own, my assessment of their ability to do it securely is very, very minimal. They probably won't be able to, but if you utilize these scaled enablers like cloud service providers, like managed service providers to deploy your digital services, many of them are well-versed in how they actually secure those services, and you'll have a more secure outcome at the end of the day.
It's very interesting when you point out the 1 to 6 different pillars to have a secure cyber ecosystem. And I'm wondering, when you're talking about this, it's fine from a technological point of view. Now, what about the human element? Because when you emphasized on the private-public sector collaboration that everybody touched, I wonder if there's an understanding from the knowledge point of view more than all these technological aspects. So let's take it even simpler. Me as an employee, I can make a big mistake with the company's system. I can actually put my company in a very vulnerable position by making a mistake. I can log in a hotel with a Wi-Fi connection and go into a non-secure platform and compromise a lot of very important information. Needless to say, I can actually compromise my own banking history if I don't do it correctly. So what about that? The dichotomy between the knowledge, the human knowledge, and the technological aspect.
It's a great and super salient point, Guillermo. When I talk about the cyber ecosystem, when I think about the cyber ecosystem, it's three things. It's technology, which we talked about a little bit already. It's people, which you're introducing here, and it's process, right? And yes, a great deal of emphasis needs to be on technology because that's one way that you can scale, right? If you can build idiot-proof technology, pardon the crudeness of that phrase, but if you can build technology that helps people be more secure in their behavior, you're helping that, right? You're helping the people aspect. But you can't discount the importance of education. But it's not just education, it's education and incentivization, right? you look around the world, not everyone's a digital native, to your point. Not everyone knows how to sort of act responsibly online, whether you are doing it in your personal capacity or whether you're logging in to the hotel Wi-Fi on a work trip, right? Not everyone knows everything to do. That's where the education comes into play. But I would posit to you that there are a great number of people in the world, not just in the United States, but in Latin America, in Europe, in Asia, who do have a general sense of what to do, but sometimes it's not convenient. And sometimes it's a little bit more difficult than taking the easy path. And that's where we get into incentivization, right? I think, in the context of businesses, when we talk about incentivization, I think there's a great deal that can be done to incent businesses to take their own personal the cybersecurity of their people more seriously. One of the things, for example, that the commission looked into, and it has potential to bear fruit, but is right now not doing so, is, for example, insurance. Right? So cybersecurity insurance is an increasingly important market in the insurance industry. And what it basically does is protect companies against breaches. Right now, the way that insurance products are written, if a company's a bad actor, if there's a bad actor within the company, if there's a person who's clicking on a bad link, or if there is a person who's logging into the hotel Wi-Fi, they're not necessarily seeing themselves slapped on the wrist from an insurance policy perspective. They're still probably getting their payout. Insurance has a potential to serve a great public policy incentive or sort of quasi-regulatory incentive to get people, to get organizations, and to get companies to adhere to better practices and best practices. Because at the end of the day, I think the way that you're going to incent better practices on a human scale across the board is to work through companies. The way you're going to get companies to incent better practice from their employees, hit their bottom line, right? And one way to do that is insurance.
My dad was VP of Colgate-Palmolive when he was alive, and he always told me, you have to treat the company's money as if it were your own. And I always think about that. So it comes also with some sort of ethical perspective that you have to learn, and a company should invest a lot in that too. I have 2 minutes, so I want to give 1 minute. Because I kept something pending. Carrie Ann, the pandemic. What are the new threats with the pandemic today?
I think what has happened is that we have more persons in the region going online unprepared. All the students, the teachers who had no clue that they had to suddenly learn these skills. And to what Robert has spoken about in terms of now having to upskill themselves really quickly to know what the threats are and to protect, it's become critical now for governments to invest in people. One of the things that we do in our cybersecurity strategies is that there's an entire component that's dedicated to education, citizen awareness, and to ensure that our curriculum is actually modified and edited to now consider cybersecurity at the very core primary level. Another thing that I see as some of the threats with COVID is our health systems. It's been pushed to the max. And I don't think in the region we're completely ready to digitize, especially all the issues with privacy and protection. So I think even as we have implemented in several countries, Colombia, Uruguay, Chile, even Jamaica have implemented apps to do contact tracing for COVID. The privacy issues associated with that, we're still not ready in terms of how to protect our citizens from that. And I think lastly, one of the challenges that we face is our economy. Many of the investments that we had with all the natural disasters, especially for our smaller islands that they have to deal with year in, year out. We have one of the highest hurricane seasons so far. They've actually reached par in terms of storms. And a lot of the Caribbean budgets were dedicated to disaster recovery. Now, crisis management goes beyond disaster recovery for natural disasters. They now have to think about what if they are hit with a cyber crisis now that most of their citizens are online.
Excellent. Thank you, Carrie Ann. We need to entertain questions from the audience. I'm sure that they will have some. If not, I have one pending that I would like to ask. Gustav, can you handle that, please?
Guillermo, we have plenty of questions. Thank you. And thank you, the panelists, for that fascinating discussion. I will turn, as you said, to the audience. Remember, at any moment, you can submit questions directly to our platform by going to the Q&A page. Let's start from the first question. It arrives from Peru, Eduardo Manuel Palacios. He asked, ¿cuáles consideran como condición necesaria para que se produzca, se cree,
necessary conditions to have a worldwide the sound. The interpreter excuses herself, but the sound is interrupted. I don't know why we don't begin.
Hypothetical world organization of digital transformation? He asked to our panelists how we could help to create this organization, and if you think it would be productive. Guillermo.
Excellent. Let me pinpoint who would be the perfect person to answer that question. I think that we should go to the private sector. Angel, what do you think?
Yeah, first let me admit I'm a bit jealous because I'm Spanish but Latin American by choice, based in Colombia. So I'm also contributing to this mixture. But more seriously, this is a very right question. I mean, to the point, because we need global regulation. I mean, for many of the issues that we are speaking about. I mean, in terms of security, in terms of privacy, in terms of taxes. I mean, we have to level the playing field, and it makes little sense to have so different regulations in each of the countries in which multinationals operate. But more importantly, because consumers don't care. They don't care where we are established. They want a good and secure service. So, I mean, obviously, this matches very well this principle of a smart regulation to be global. And I would say, I mean, we have the ITU, we have the OECD speaking in terms of taxes. We have some of the other, I mean, business agreements, both APEC and also in the region. I wouldn't multiply. I would actually synthesize the value added that some of these organizations are already doing and coordinate a bit more. But right to the point, not more institutions, but really the approach to be global is needed, and we cannot wait. That was my point. We cannot wait until this COVID thing is over. This is happening today. We are creating a lot of data today. What is happening with this data, and what is happening with the businesses that are making money out of it?
We have to simplify. I think that's the summary of it as well. Gustav?
Ana Carolina Ramirez. She asked, how can we lower access to technology inequalities in the region? Mainly, she said, in rural areas where IT access is extremely complicated due to geographic constraints and almost non-existing IT infrastructure networks. Ana Carolina Ramírez nos pregunta cómo podemos reducir las diferencias, las inequidades en tecnología en la región, especialmente.
Reduce the inequalities in the region, especially in rural areas where there is no infrastructure and where the geography doesn't help either.
Robert, you touched on it, and I think you can expand a little bit, right?
Certainly, yeah. And I think the United States maybe has a good lesson for the region on this front. We have faced the same issue, whether it's from telephones and whatnot, and telecommunications infrastructure. And frankly, what we found is that the market incentives aren't there, right? There's no incentive for a private company to run a cable all the way through rural Texas, all the way through rural Kansas to a single household. At that point, that's part of the role of the FCC in the United States. We have several funds, and government investment basically provides a backstop that incentivizes folks in the private sector, whether it's Verizon, whether it's AT&T, whether it's T-Mobile, to actually build out their telecommunications networks into rural areas. The market simply is not big enough to incentivize them to do it on their own, and that's been the approach that the United States has taken. That said, I think in certain places in the southern part of the hemisphere, you also, you struggle with the original backbone of the network, and that's an area where I do think there's ripe opportunity for private investment. One thing I would say on that front is when we think about doing this, when we think about rolling out more and more telecommunications network equipment, one mistake that the United States has made, and I think we would be keen to help our partners in the region not make, is oftentimes we opted for the cheapest option. And that sometimes comes to the detriment of the security and the reliability of that particular project, right? So in some cases in the United States, we relied on, for example, Huawei or ZTE to build out our rural telecommunications networks. At this point, we are now seeing questions about the reliability and the security of those networks. It's something that we all sort of now have in the back of our minds and is something to be thinking about as we're rolling out new telecommunications infrastructure in the region.
Laura, do you think that the government should play a role, especially in those rural areas that are not of much interest for the public sector because of the earnings that they can come along with?
No, I think I agree with Robert, which is it's a combination. It's that partnership in order to be able to come up with innovative solutions from the private sector that could be used from the citizens that are in remote areas. It needs to have the basic infrastructure, and that basic infrastructure in terms of connectivity, bandwidth, needs to come from the government, and the effort from the private sector is figuring out what are the best entrepreneurs to fund that are going to bring solutions that apply for all, right? But it has to come also with the support of the public sector.
Yeah, exactly. The fluid conversation, right? Gustav?
Victor Falguera from Barcelona. We know the need to digitalize business processes and create new digital business models to recover the economy. But he added, at the same time, the pandemic has increased the digital gap. If the economy is increasingly digital, how can we avoid going toward a world definitely divided in terms of digital skills? Víctor, desde Barcelona, Víctor Falguera, nos dice que está claro que tenemos que digitalizar los procesos de nuestros negocios y crear nuevos...
digitalize our businesses and create new business models that are digital to recover the economy. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge that the pandemic has contributed to the digital gap. If the economy is more and more digital each time, how can we go towards a world that is more digital and avoid that gap between those that have it and not?
When you talk to your potential clients or governments that are going to push for your initiatives?
Well, internet is the biggest equalizer of all time. So it creates a gap if you don't have it. So that's why it's important to have connectivity for all. If you have internet, you can learn online, you can work online, you can sell online. So I think the question is a little rhetoric. I do believe that the baseline for development and for seizing these opportunities to make sure that everyone in this world is connected. If we are connected, we can learn how to change our mindset, how to change our flows, and how to build and accelerate digital transformation in the companies that are already transitioning towards a much more digitally based systems.
So in a way, it's the approach, right? So it's the personal approach, the human approach to it, and then the adaptation, something we talked about before. Gustavo?
Matías Edilberto Camones nos pregunta cómo digitalizar a un país empobrecido cuando el mercado...
He asked how to digitize a poor country when the state, when it falls to a single company.
How can we digitalize a country that has been impoverished by this huge economic crisis, and when the market is under the dominance of one big company?
Carrie Ann, do you think that that's the case in several countries within the region?
There has been, I think in the earliest, because telecommunications was usually predominantly owned by the state company that was the regulator that was rolling out telecommunication lines. It tended to happen, but a lot of the countries have pretty much liberalized their market. So competition is now coming in. So you'd find that many of them now have regulators to be able to have competitions. I know of several countries now who are still amending their legislation to try and ensure that competition could happen for internet connectivity, for new players to come into the market. And you have countries that the government still owns either 50%, 51% of the telecommunications options that are there. But what's good though, Guillermo and Gustav, is that we now have a lot of players in Latin America coming in, like we have Digicel, you have Claro, you have different mobile entities that are coming in with internet and mobile services that will allow connectivity. So where you may not have landline connectivity throughout some of the countries, a lot of the citizens now have connectivity through their mobile phones.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I go back in time at my days at CNN International, I remember that, for example, phones, analog phones, were used to monitor the progress of AIDS patients in South Africa, for example, way back when. So that's an approach that we are using at that time in order to understand the importance of that digital communication and how important it is, especially for somebody who may live in a remote area and just a phone can get them access to that important information.
If I may, Guillermo,
yes.
I mean, as we need competition. I mean, that's in a nutshell. I mean, the way to increase connectivity is through competition. No doubt about it. So in countries where the dominance of a big player is too much, I mean, regulation should be pro competition. Now, competition has really changed, as you are mentioning. I mean, we are using the very different technologies for the same service. So we have to modernize also what competition means and how we measure it and how we regulate it. So for instance, we have big platforms that are right now offering telecommunication or communication services. It's important to modernize that thing. But I mean, I see no other way to improve, I mean, connectivity than through competition, and more competition.
And for AT&T, it's a very interesting market because Latin America is actually very in its early stages compared to other regions, even though Latin America has a lot of young consumers who are connected to mobile phones and mobile platforms much better than any other already established economies in the world. So in a way, it's a virgin land that needs to be trained and that you need to offer them a lot of products for them to use because they are very eager to continue this conversation on the mobile platforms. And I see it firsthand because I see how with our shows, with CNN, how it's the consumption, the use of mobile platforms for news is amazing. And for communication, there are a lot of opportunities over there. Let's go back to Gustavo for another question.
This one is a very good one, and I'm sure that it applies to people from Buenos Aires to Ottawa or from Berlin to Los Angeles. Mariano Alba from Peru. He asked, in our countries, in our job environments, we live with different generations. How that digital transformation would be in those environments?
Are you going to ask that in Spanish as well? Are you going to translate it?
Okay, yeah, sorry. De Perú, Mariano Alba nos pregunta.
From Peru, Mariano Alvaro asks, in our countries, in our workplaces, there are different generations together. And so Mariano asks, what will digital transformation be like in those work environments?
Then we move on to somebody else.
Thank you, Guille. I think that one important data to keep in mind is that by the next 3 years, 75% of the workforce will be millennials. And millennials, unlike us that are millennials at heart, that believe that 40 are the new 20s, are people that were born digital. So they are very digitally savvy. So I think that they will play an important role in helping the older generations adapt. But also keep in mind that the demographics will be the massive actor in the continuation of this transformation, because the people that will remain in the next few years in the workforce will be people that were born digitally.
Laura, what do you think?
I've seen it firsthand with my mother. She has like a tiny cheese factory, and she used to sell cheeses offline. It's a tiny thing that she has in her farm. And when it became all digital, she had to participate now in the fairs, not physically, but having a website, needing to set through the internet, using social media, and she'd have no clue. The people who worked in her factory are all people from rural areas, so they did have no digital training. So it was me scrambling to help us set up these things, right? And it doesn't mean that they can't learn. It thinks that more and more people who are older need to have access to educational tools that are tailored for them and that are extremely practical to be able to apply. And I think we need to start giving them access to that. One of the things that it's basic is that Google doesn't care how old you are. Google doesn't care if you're poor or not. It gives you the answers to all your questions in terms of how to do X, Y, and Z very easily. We need to get them the chance to have access to those tools and to have the necessary skills to upskill. I agree with Silvina. Millennials are the ones who are going to dominate the workforce. We can't forget about people that are getting older without those digital skills. So we need to also figure out a way to provide them those skills in an easier way. And we see more and more companies in the educational and digital educational space that are being able to bring these programs forward that are apt for people who have no basic skills in technology to be able to quickly adapt their business, sell online, and do whatever they need to do. We just need to make sure that they know where to get that information.
Angel, how are we transitioning or incorporating smart assistants like Google Home or Alexa into the mix? Because I was thinking, as Laura was talking about, that for an older person to get a phone or a computer, a screen and ask a question is a little bit more difficult than to say, hey, Google, how can I do this? Stuff like that. It would be easier, right?
No, absolutely, and this touches the other investment that I think we need, that is very much in line with what Laura and Silvina were mentioning, and it's education, human capital, and this is not formal education. We are not talking about 4, 5, 6 years of university degrees. We are talking about training on the things that the digitalized economy, not the digital sector, the digitalized economy, the digitalized society are required. I mean, 2 or 3 days ago, LinkedIn released their skills gap. That is, what are the skills that are lagging the workers of today? In a region, by the way, which is the one with the highest skills gap in the world. 4 in 10 companies say, I'm looking for a guy or a woman, but I don't find them with the skills they have. Soft skills, analytical, and basic digital capabilities. So basically to understand as users, as workers, as consumers, how technology works, the risk and the opportunities they need is something that is critical, and we cannot wait for 6 years for the universities to launch programs. We need 6 months programs where obviously we will partner. We will be more than happy to partner with governments, with the ministries in order to train, because if not, I mean, all these opportunities are going to be just focused on some of us who are in this meeting and not with the rest.
Things are changing though.
Guillermo, can I chime in there?
Yeah, Robert, go ahead.
As well, just because I think I want to underscore a point that I think both Angel and Laura made, and Silvina as well, and that is that the goal here should not be to turn coal miners into coders. And this is something that the United States was, again, slow to realize. We had a couple of programs in my home state of Virginia where we have a coal mining industry. And we said, well, those jobs are going away. So we need to figure out a new job for these people. And instead of trying to figure out how to build sort of digital citizenry and digital competency, we said, okay, let's turn them into digital workers. And that was a completely wrong approach, right? And I think Angel is absolutely right in outlining it. The goal here is not to create coders. It's not to create software designers out of these people. It's not to reskill them. It's to give them the skills that they need to thrive and survive in today's workplace.
And if I can add, Guillermo, and I'm sorry, it's just that a topic that I'm super passionate about as well. And actually, we recently launched with the founder of Rappi, with Sebastián Mejía, with Ralph Wenzel, who is one of the managing partners of SoftBank Latam, myself and other entrepreneurs. We launched a foundation called Impacto. And some of the things that we're working on is on launching initiatives that are going to help people who are affected by the pandemic somehow. And one of the main things that we see is losing your job, but being very complicated for you to find a new one because you don't have the digital skills to do that. And those digital skills is not learning to code. It could be very basic stuff that are now digital for be able to cope with the environment. So we're also going to launch at the end of this month a program to train over 1,000 citizens in Colombia, Mexico, in Brazil on those basic digital skills that help you in this economy.
And Guillermo, to further add on that, I think it's extremely important, the point, because it's not about the tech skill, it's about thinking differently. And one example of that is how you help, for example, something that we are doing with Leonisa, the daughters of the women that sold via catalogs the product of the company to sell via remote selling. So how can they embrace the tools and how they think digitally to turn their businesses? Because when you think of jobs, sometimes you think about being an employee, but these people could be an autonomous worker, it can be a small business owner that now have a global market at their disposal if they embrace the technology and they turn their traditionally analogic or brick and mortar businesses into digital. So it's helping people to think of becoming much more like an independence and entrepreneurs nations, even though they are a one-person entrepreneur on their own.
You are your own entrepreneur. Gustavo, I think we'll go with the final question.
Cool. Liliana Cordova, she asked, what are the major threats of the digital transformation for governments and companies? Liliana Córdoba nos pregunta, ¿cuáles son los mayores riesgos de la transformación digital para gobiernos?
What are the biggest risks of the digital transformation for governments and companies?
Carry on.
Sorry, the translation was still going.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. I think one of the biggest risks is probably to tie back to the question before. It's an unconventional answer I'll give you. I think one of the biggest risks is missing that balance that needs to happen. Having a strategic approach now, recognizing that it's not that we all have to now just go digital and it's going to be completely digital from here on out. It's recognizing that there's still room and need for interaction from the human perspective. So figuring out how to balance workers still being able to transition online and still deliver effectively, but still working out how do I continue some of my other programs that does require in-person contact, that does require persons to have the tools, as Laura and Sylvania spoke about. And I think the biggest challenge is how do I now stop and be strategic? Many of them have just been reactive. And I think the reactiveness has been because there's lives at risk, and the reactiveness has forced a lot of unsecure decisions and onboarding of digital solutions that are not checked securely, that are not tested, that have no bandwidth in terms of the volume of persons that need to be on board. So some of the biggest challenges from my perspective is, one, going back to the board and actually starting to strategically plan going forward now that we've gotten over the reactive approach to COVID, and to now think, how do we build on this with all the other plans that we had to move our countries forward digitally. And I think the last challenge I see is recognizing that education that's needed for our students. We spoke about the millennials being the next generation, but coming out of school and still not being skilled and still being taught an old curriculum that can't help them. It's now, how do governments partner with private sector to get the right technologies, curriculum changes into schools so we can bring a sustainable workforce going forward, a workforce that, one, has the knowledge and the experiences from the generations before, but two, has the skill sets for the future and what we have to embrace.
And it's interesting that the topic of this session was hopes and hazards, no? Concerning the digital transformation. We started talking about the hazards and we ended talking about hopes. And I think it's very enlightening. And at the same time, I think that what you guys, everybody that has been listening to these distinguished speakers, must take all this knowledge and do something with it, not move on and move on to the next task. Try to reflect on it and see how we can come out of this crisis. I want to thank Carrie Ann Barrett, Laura Gaviria, Ángel Melguizo, Silvina Moschini, and Robert Morgas. Thank you very much indeed.
Gracias, Guillermo.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Guillermo, and thank you for all our panelists. And thanks to everyone for joining us for the second day of this 24th Annual CAF Conference. We hope you enjoyed today's session, and we hope to see you back here tomorrow morning for the last day. Today, we started our sessions hearing about the importance of having strong public health systems to face with this pandemic. We also talk about the climate change, how to also deal with the challenges of the climate change in our world. And we finish talking about the challenges of the digital transformation that helps us to deal also with this pandemic and all these burdens that has imposed on us. Thank you to our media partners, El País, America Economía, and NTN 24, the international news channel. We have a great agenda on tap with another impressive lineup of distinguished speakers. Tomorrow's sessions will address the impact of the pandemic on democracy and implications of the US election for the region. We'll see you again tomorrow at 10 Eastern Time. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Muy bonito cuadro. Se fue.